All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Mr. Tavakole, do you wish to have the floor concerning Mr. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Call the case, please.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KSCBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krsnici. Thank you, Your Honors.
Do you wish the floor in concerning your client's inability to be here today?
Yes, please, if we can go into closed session.
Into closed session, please. Private. I'm sorry, into private session, not closed.
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
All right. Please bring the witness in.
Your Honour, while that's been done, perhaps I could assist with timing for the rest of the day. Your Honour had raised the issue of timing at the end of yesterday, and I was hoping to assist in relation to that. My learned friend, Ms Tavakole, for Mr Thaçi, had initially requested or anticipated 45 minutes for cross-examination. She has ceded that 45 minutes to us. My learned friend for Mr Salimi initially had 30 minutes. They likewise have ceded that 30 minutes to us. Mr Krsnici's team initially had 1 hour 15 minutes, informing the panel yesterday that that would be reduced to 30 minutes with a view of ceding 45 minutes to us. Therefore, the Veseli defence team has been ceded 2 hours by the co-defendants, ensuring that the defence time estimates will not go beyond what they were as a collective. And secondly, and I appreciate the panel's primary concern is dealing with the witness that's due to come subsequently. Does Your Honour wish for me to continue? Does Your Honour wish for me to continue in the presence of Mr.
Yes, you may.
Yes, thank you. I know Your Honour's concern primarily relates to the next witness that we're due to hear. Your Honour will recall that witness was initially a 153 witness. In light of that, cross-examination is of course significantly limited. Only one defence team at present intends to cross-examine, and their estimate is 30 minutes. So we will comfortably finish with those estimates today.
Your Honor, if I may be heard very briefly on this, and I will be brief, just to point out the obvious here, there is absolutely no right for one defense team to cede or be ceded or inherit the time estimated by other defense teams. As you will appreciate, the criteria should be relevance of questioning. The cross-examination by the Veseli defense has been highly repetitive, and in particular, it's included multiple unnecessary questions. By way of example, the expert yesterday was asked if an abrasion might be caused when someone falls off their bicycle, and whether he was asked to conduct a second autopsy on the victims addressed in this report. Those questions are among the many which do not need to be asked. It's not as though the SPO will be arguing that he was, in fact, asked to conduct a second autopsy. So there's certainly a lot that can be done in terms of streamlining and efficiency. And in relation to the next witness, that is quite a distinct matter. The fact that a 153 witness was objected to and now is being called, and essentially there is little questioning for them, is another matter entirely. But the focus as to the length of time that the Veseli defense should go on in their cross-examination should be judged solely on the merits and on the way it has been conducted thus far. Thank you.
We will allow you some latitude today. I'm not going to cut it off. You do not need 2.5 hours with this witness.
No, I don't.
You just do not. Well, I'm just telling you. We will give you a little bit of rope. You'll be on your own. Please make it relevant, non-repetitious, something that half of what you've asked him, we could read in his report. We didn't do anything other than discuss what was already in the report. So please make it relevant and non-repetitive, and do not repeat the exact material that's in his report. You may proceed.
Morning, Mr. Clark. Apologies. Perhaps if we could pick up where we left off yesterday. Mr. Clark, could we please have Mr. Clark's report, which is MFI 1991, and if we could have that at page 7. And alongside that on the left, could we please have Mr. Clark's diagram of the deceased that we were looking at? And that is ERN 124715 to 124723. And I'd like from that the page ending 718. Mr. Clark, as that's being brought up, you'll recall yesterday we left off just having begun looking at this report for this deceased individual, and we had just begun looking at the diagram that you had created tracking the gunshot wounds. Do you recall that's where we left off?
Yes.
I'm grateful. And as a starting point, Mr. Clark, you had noted that as a general proposition, it is unusual as a starting point to observe an entry and an exit wound on the same surface of the body. Is that right?
Yes.
And that is something we will observe now at page ending 718. That was noted as occurring with this body. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had noted in your report that, in your view, the tracking noted was extremely doubtful. Could you please, with the assistance of this diagram, explain to us why, in your view, while alternative possibilities might exist, that your opinion is this tracking is extremely doubtful, please?
Well, it is, as I've already stated, very unusual to have an entrance and an exit on the same surface, unless the bullet is entering at a very shallow angle, almost parallel to the skin. I mean, that is conceivable, may have happened here, and if you look at the scene photograph of this man, he's actually lying on his right side. And it's conceivable that having been shot in the chest and fallen to the ground onto his right side, that he was then shot on the ground in that position, in which case bullets could go in at a very shallow angle. That's my only potential explanation for that. Having said that, I mean, a bullet, if it goes into the skin at a very shallow angle, tends to cause not just a sort of round hole, but a sort of a gutter, if you like, a sort of a long, elongated wound, because it's going into the skin, which is not really described here. But so that's my only explanation, that he, if these are genuine wounds, it must have been when he was probably on the ground, lying on his right side, and shot at a very shallow angle to the body.
Yes, but you doubt the genuineness.
Well, I've got to raise questions about it, certainly. Yes.
Is it therefore possible that the reason? Is it therefore possible that an error was made in the tracking of these wounds? Is that a possible explanation for the tracking?
It is possible. At the same time, it's difficult to believe that any wounds on the other wounds were missed on the front of the body. I mean, there's still one wound on the front of the body and 5 on the back, and it's difficult to conceive that another entrance wound on the front was missed. So I really don't know. It's unusual. It's unusual.
And it's not something you can resolve on the material that you've been provided?
No.
Could we then please remove that tracking image, thank you very much, and return to your report? You were asked, and it's page 7 of your report, and over onto page 8, you were asked in relation to this deceased person questions about bruising. Do you recall being asked those questions?
Yes.
And is it right that we should, as we discussed yesterday, for this deceased, like with the last, read into your responses in relation to bruising, those caveats in relation to the global bruising findings?
Objection, Your Honour, asked and answered. In fact, counsel yesterday asked whether those caveats should be read into each of the 5 victims that we are currently addressing. There's absolutely no reason to ask that question again.
Sustained?
In question 3, could we go to page 8? Mr. Clark, you'll see at question 3, you deal with the question, oh, pardon me. Yes, it's the second paragraph of page 3 in your response, where you deal with the question of mechanism of the bruising. And you say at the bottom of question 3, as regards the bruising on the back, arms and legs, if this was genuine, it then constitutes blunt force trauma likely to have been inflicted by kicking or blows from a heavy object. Do you see your response there?
Yes.
Is it right that while you provide possible explanations for the blunt force trauma, these certainly aren't definitive conclusions as to the mechanism of these purported injuries?
No, there could be other mechanisms. I raise these as possibilities.
Yes. Again, with those caveats in mind.
Yes.
Could I deal briefly then again with this body on the question of absence of bullets? Absence of bullets for this body is something that you observe in this answer as well. And it is here that you observe the absence of bullets as being astonishing. Given the number of gunshot wounds that this body suffered, is it right to say that your concern over that absence remains?
Yes. I suppose my comments apply more to the totality of the cases, the 5 cases, that out of all 5, no bullets or bullet fragments were found in any of the bodies, as we discussed yesterday.
Yes. Standing back and looking at, and I appreciate we've done a very quick run through of the highlights of your responses for this deceased, but standing back and looking at the report for this deceased person, would it be again a fair summary to say that your report highlights concerns around the genuineness of the purported bruising, the accuracy of the projectile trajectories, the unreliability of the GSR findings, and the absence of bullets. Would that be a fair summary of this deceased report?
Yes, these are all the points I've raised issues with, yes.
So again, like with the report that we looked at yesterday, in those circumstances, would it be fair to say that you're not in a position today to adopt the findings of this report as your own either?
That's correct, yes.
And that is because, are we right to understand that without more information, you are not in a position at present to confirm the accuracy or reliability of those underlying findings?
Yes.
Could we please then turn to the next report, and that will be on page 9, please. And we can take this relatively quickly, Mr. Clark, as many of those global concerns that we have already discussed, as you've indicated, would inevitably apply equally to this deceased person.
Well, sorry.
Please continue.
I was going to say, well, not so much. I mean, in this case, the gunshot wounds are very straightforward.
Yes, the tracking concern does not arise with this victim.
No.
No. But in terms of the concerns in relation to bruising, absence of bullets, they do apply. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Yes. But as you've noted in your report, and as the diagram that you've created would indicate, you do not raise any concerns on the gunshot wound tracking here.
No.
In terms of one additional question that you were asked, you again were asked about mechanism for the bruising, and I just want to deal with that very briefly. And you were asked in relation to mechanism, and that's question 3 on page 10. And again, would it be right to understand, you have given us possibilities for mechanism of bruising, but that is, of course, not a conclusive list of possibilities. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Again, with the caveats we understand apply. Yes. Now, question 4 on that same page, we can see. Oh, pardon me, we're not following correctly on screen. Could we please have page 10 on screen? Thank you. Just briefly, you were asked by the SPO to comment on the question here, as you are elsewhere, in relation to distance of the shooter. And what was said in the underlying report was that the pathologist was of the view that a shot was fired from a distance. That's correct, yes? That was what was in the underlying report.
Yes.
Now, fired from a distance is not an expression that holds any particular meaning or weight in your field, is that right?
No, if you, when we talk about gunshot injuries, we tend to classify them in terms of distance as perhaps contact, in other words, the gun is up against the skin, close contact, which is, a short period of time away, and above about a metre and a half, we would classify it as distant. Now, that's perhaps different from general terminology if we talked about distant. But in sort of pathology terms, a gunshot wound above about say a metre and a half, we would classify as distant. But it would be the same appearance of the wound from a metre and a half as from 20 metres away. Yes. So the distant in that terms covers a large area.
Yeah, so while, but we're not in a position, would you agree, to interpret what may have been meant by from a distance?
Yes, that's right, we can't. Yes.
We can perhaps assume that the pathologist may have meant a distance over 1 metre, but cannot know that conclusively.
Yes.
Now, again, with this report and with this autopsy, could we summarise it in this way? That you have less concerns about this report than you do about the others, but you still do have concerns about the findings in relation to bruising, primarily, and the global concerns in relation to absence of bullets would also equally apply here. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, In those circumstances, would it be correct to say that today you are not in a position to adopt the findings and conclusions of this report as your own?
Yes.
And again, is that because you are not in a position, absent additional information being provided to you, to confirm the accuracy or the reliability of the findings contained within this report?
Yes.
Could we please turn to the bottom part of page 10? If we could scroll down, please, we can see the next report we're going to deal with at the bottom of page 10. And this is, Mr. Clark, one of those bodies where you had raised some more significant concerns in relation to trajectory. Is that correct?
Yes. This really two concerns.
Could I stop you there, Mr. Clark? Perhaps if we bring up your diagram, it would assist in our explanation, please. Could we have on the left-hand side of the screen the ERN ranges 124715 to 124723? And if I could please have page 720. Thank you. And if we could please have it so that we can have Mr. Clark's comments at the bottom on screen, if you can scroll down. We do need the head, though, of this. So if we, as much as we can. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Clark, is that sufficiently in view?
That's fine for me. Yes.
Thank you. Perhaps with the assistance of this diagram, could you please explain to us the trajectory concerns that arose for this deceased?
This man has at least 6 gunshot injuries, possibly more. My only concerns are that in one of them, this is the only gunshot injury in the whole lot, which was on the head. Here we have an entrance wound on the right side of the forehead, relatively near the midline, as it's described, and coming out not far away on this, again on the same surface. Which is unusual, and there's also a wound below the near the left ear, which is noted, but not otherwise described in the whole narrative. Again, it is possible you can get very shallow tangential shots, but it's not developed, it's not explained or highlighted, shall we say.
Yes, well, just pausing there, dealing with the forehead injury, where a gunshot wound to have entered and exited, as described through the forehead, that would be highly unusual to observe.
Generally, it's not impossible,
No.
but it's unusual.
Yes, and were such a finding to be made, you would expect that that would be detailed and explained in more detail in the autopsy report, given the unusual nature of that finding.
Yes, I would.
Yes.
The only other concern is most of the gunshot injuries are fairly straightforward, coming in the front of the body and out of the back. We have multiple injuries, entrance on the front of the body. I would question perhaps some of the exit wounds. It's not really important, I don't think, but personally I would question whether that was an exit wound from that one or that one, etc.
Yes.
I don't think it's important, actually.
When you say you don't think it's important,
No.
is that because regardless of the tracks of these entrance and exit wounds, it doesn't alter the determination in relation to cause of death?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. But in terms of the extent to which you are satisfied that the findings are correct and that the entrance and exit wounds have been correctly identified, of that you are not satisfied?
No, I mean this is a difficult case because there's multiple entrance wounds
Yes.
on the body, and it is always difficult sometimes to match up which is that. The pathologist here has chosen. He's made his decision. I might make another observation.
Yes.
I don't know.
Thank you very much. If we could take that off screen. Your Honour, I'm minded, there's 3 of these diagrams that have now been shown. If I could have an MFI for them at this point, please. Yes? Yes?
Go ahead and give the ERNs.
This is page 124720. Also 124718 and 124717. They're the 3 pages that have been shown.
Any objection to those 3 diagrams?
No.
124720, 124718, and 124717 are admitted, not admitted, are given a MFI.
Thank you, Your Honors. Those 3 pages will be MFI'd with 2D00041, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. We can remove the diagram from the left-hand side. Mr. Clark is right that in relation to this deceased, you were again asked questions in relation to the topic of bruising and in relation to the topic of gunshot residue findings. Is that right?
Yes.
And we would be correct to understand your concerns and observations would remain the same for this report?
Yes.
Likewise, the global concern in relation to absence of bullet and projectile findings?
Yes.
Again, therefore, standing back and examining this report as a whole, would the following be a fair summary of your view that there is reason to doubt the findings in relation to the existence of the bruising, caution should be exercised in relation to the gunshot residue, doubt must be raised in relation to the gunshot trajectories, and questions arise in relation to the absence of the bullets? Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
And like with the other reports, again, therefore are you today not in a position to adopt the findings and conclusions of this report as your own?
Yes.
And that is because absent further information available to you or being made available to you, you are not in a position to confirm the accuracy or the reliability of these underlying findings.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, if we could please just turn to the last of this batch of reports, please, and we'll find that last report on page 12. And perhaps, Mr. Clark, and please do say, because I'm anxious that we're taking this a little bit quicker this morning, and if you would like time to read through the answers you've given in relation to this deceased, you must say. But would it be fair in relation to this body to say that your concerns and doubts in relation to bruising equally apply?
Yes.
And the questions that you raise in relation to the gunshot residue testing and the absence of bullets also equally apply?
Yes.
There is a lack of clarity in relation to the shooter's distance in relation to this body also. For your reference, that's page 5, page 13, question 5.
Yes.
Thank you. And as such, with those in mind, you're not in a position to adopt the findings or conclusions in this underlying report?
Yes, but just before that,
Yes.
I've no real doubts about the trajectories here.
No.
But yes, to answer your question.
No, and I hope I didn't misspeak. I don't believe that was a concern that I had listed. The concerns here are in relation to bruising, gunshot residue, absence of bullets as the global findings. Yes. You're correct. This, like one of the other bodies we've looked at, no gunshot residue tracking concerns arise for this deceased.
No.
Yes.
Slow down, please.
So perhaps just to confirm that last question, Mr. Clark, so the record is clear, you're not in a position today to adopt the totality of these findings or conclusions?
No.
And that is because you cannot confirm that they are accurate or reliable in the absence of additional information?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And just one brief question before we move on to the next autopsy in relation to methodology. Considering that you were not present yourself when these autopsies were being conducted and played no supervisory role, would it be fair to say that you are not in a position today to confirm that the methodology used would meet standards that you would believe to be sufficient or that you would expect to be implemented?
Yes, I don't know how the autopsies were conducted, what conditions, what assistance was given. So I can't really comment further than that.
Yes, and we know that at this stage there was no international intervention for UNMIC or the like, so we cannot impute reliably any international standards onto these autopsies. Would that be right?
No.
No. Thank you. Could we please then go to page 16? Mr. Clark, we're finally moving off that collection of 5 bodies onto a different report. And if we can have page 16, please. And Mr. Clark, you can see at the top of this page the deceased who we will be discussing. It's right, Mr. Clark, that this deceased, when subjected to autopsy, there was only skeletal remains that were available, is that right?
Yes.
And we discussed yesterday the limitations that skeletal remains can have on the conduct of an autopsy.
Yes.
As part of the package of material that you were provided for this deceased, it's right that you received an expert report from a team of 4 experts, is that correct?
Yes, this was I presume you're referring to the consolidated report.
I am.
By Dr. Dunyik.
Yes, we have Dr. Dunich, we have Professor Alexandrich, an assistant lecturer, Gemencia, and an anthropologist, Shredich. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Albeit pronounced incorrectly.
Well, but the consolidated report was only written by Dr. Dunyik, as I understand it.
Yes, and you were also given, as part of your package of material, well, there was a consolidated report from him, but you also received a report from the 4 experts together. There were 2 documents that you received as part of your package.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So that we're clear, one drafted by Dunich himself, Dunich being the pathologist,
Yes.
and then one where there was a consolidated report by him, other pathologists and anthropologists. Is that correct?
Yes, the combined report was written at the time of the autopsy. The consolidated report was written about 9 years later.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And just looking at your summary of that report, because we'll use the document we have in front of us as it's an easier reference point. It's right just to start at the beginning. They took in short a view that in the absence of the soft tissue, in their opinion, a cause of death could not be ascertained. That was their finding. Is that right?
Yes, their wording was that because the body was decomposed, a cause of death could not be established.
Yes.
And that was voiced before talking about any injuries. It was almost an admission that any decomposed body, you cannot establish a cause of death. It was a curious way of doing it.
Yes. Now, in your report, when discussing this finding, and it's page 17 of your report and paragraph 4 for your reference, could we have it on screen, please?
And while that's being called up, if I may interrupt, at page 21, line 14, could perhaps counsel just clarify whether the witness said voiced for talking about any injuries, or was it before with the witness? Perhaps the record is not correct.
Sorry, I don't understand the issue.
At page 21, line 14, the witness is recorded as having said, and that was voiced for talking about any injuries. Could you clarify if the for is correct, or perhaps that might be more appropriate for the recorder to clarify?
Mr. Clark, was your answer, and that it was voiced before talking about any injuries?
Yes.
Should it be recorded as before?
Before, yes.
Thank you. Turning back to your report, and we're looking at the 4th paragraph down on page 17, you note that the pathologists felt uncomfortable in concluding that the bullet track passing through the skull and thus the brain would necessarily have been fatal because there was no soft tissues present to show bruising or bleeding, etc., as proof of an injury in life, and no brain to demonstrate a track through it. They thus could not entirely exclude the possibility that the gunshot injury had been inflicted after death, given that physical damage to bone looks the same if inflicted in the days after death as if inflicted just before death. Does that remain an accurate description?
Yes.
You go on to say that that approach, that perhaps if we just focus on Dunwich as the pathologist, that approach that he took, in your view, is a conclusion that would reflect an approach that a number of pathologists would take. You say that in your report. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. You don't find it a particularly helpful approach yourself, but it is one that a number of pathologists would take. Is that right?
Yes. I can't say what proportion of pathologists would take it. I think it's a relatively small proportion. Yes, I understand their reluctance in giving a cause of death, but it would have been helpful to explain that, their approach, why they're reluctant. And nowhere, either in this individual report or in the consolidated report, is there any attempt to address that issue.
Yes. They don't explain to the reader why it is that they have come to the conclusion that the cause of death is unascertainable in the circumstances that they find it.
Yes.
But you do say in your report quite clearly that they are entitled to that opinion.
Yes.
Yes. So are we right to understand that in your view, looking at the evidence as you've seen it, that there does appear to be a sound basis for that conclusion? This is not a conclusion that you would say is illogical.
No, it's not illogical. It's understandable. I don't think it's very helpful, though.
No, but while being unhelpful, you wouldn't go so far as to say it is inaccurate or wrong or without a scientific basis, for example.
No.
No.
But I think it's incumbent on a pathologist to offer alternative, or to offer an explanation or to offer alternative views about it.
Yes, and that was not done in this case.
No.
And in terms of your position on the findings in this report as you see them, you would take a different approach, is that right?
I would, yes.
Yes. And unlike this team who examined the remains initially, you would feel comfortable giving a cause of death in these circumstances, is that right?
I would, having explained why I would do that, yes.
Yes. And in your view, you could determine a cause of death to a reasonable degree of certainty?
Yes.
Yes. So is what we have here essentially two separate schools of thought as to how to approach skeletal remains in these circumstances?
Yes, and it's interesting that in the consolidated report written 9 years later, Dr. Dunwich does, in quite a lot of cases he's describing, does almost accept this other view.
Yes.
And
But not with this disease.
But
Yes.
not with this particular
Yes.
one, no.
No. So we have two, essentially, would it be fair to say, parallel competing professional views on how to approach this, but both being valid, in your opinion?
Yes.
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 Then if we could just briefly deal with the question of fractures. Fractures were noticed on this body also, is that right?
Yes, that's right, in addition to the gunshot injury.
Yes. And we can see your answer that deals with that on page 18 of your report. It's right before we begin that a number of bones were missing from this skeleton, is that correct?
Yes, and parts of the bones which were fractured were also missing.
Yes, so the bones from which the fractures were observed were not full bones, is that right?
Yes.
Now, the pathologist who had dealt with this at the time had concluded in the negative. He was of the view that the fractures were not gunshot injuries, nor were they the result of a fall. Is that right? He excluded potential mechanisms as opposed to including potential mechanisms.
Exactly, yes, yes.
Yes. Now, again, you would take a slightly different approach in relation to this and make a more inclusive finding when looking at this. Is that a correct way of looking at it?
Yes.
Yes. So again, we have two professionals looking at the same collection of bones, but taking a slightly different approach to what can be concluded from them. Is that right?
Yes, I think, my view,
Yes.
If parts of bones are missing, you cannot exclude certain things. You cannot exclude a bullet injury.
Yes.
If the part of the bone is missing, you don't know there's a bullet injury in that part that was missing.
Yes, so you would not feel as comfortable as Dunwich appears to have been excluding the presence of bone because you don't know what you can't see, so you wouldn't feel comfortable making that finding in a conclusive fashion.
Exactly, yes.
Yes, so you wouldn't exclude that as a possibility.
I wouldn't, no.
Yes, and unlike Dunwich, you also did feel comfortable to include a potential mechanism for the cause of the fractures, and that was blunt force trauma.
I think he is certainly implying this is blunt force trauma. I don't know it specifically. I think the implication that this is, well,
if you exclude everything else, that's what's left.
It has to be that.
Yes, but you go so far as to state that and say that that is a potential, albeit not conclusive, mechanism for these injuries.
Yes.
Yes.
But the other thing it's not discussed is the possibility of post-mortem fractures.
Yes.
And it's noticeable that all the cases, well, the majority of the cases which were looked at, and it's included in his report, there were fractures of a lot of bones. And I don't think it's discussed anywhere that the possibility that these were caused after death, potentially in moving bodies. And I think that's a real possibility.
Could we just deal with that in a little bit more detail? It is difficult when dealing with skeletons to determine whether or not a fracture was caused just before death or just after death, is that right?
Yes.
Or some time after death? A little bit easier in those circumstances.
A longer time after death, it's generally easier to see this as a post-mortem fracture, yes.
Yes, and this body was found with a number of others. As you've mentioned, they're discussed in the reports that you've seen.
Yes.
Fracturing was a common finding.
And major fractures,
Yes.
major fractures of femur and other long bones as well.
When you say major fractures, you observe in your report they're the type of fractures that you thought the impact of a vehicle could create. Is that right?
I mean, to fracture the femur, it takes a lot of force.
Yes.
You're not going to fracture somebody's femur by kicking them
Yes.
or even by hitting them with a heavy object. It requires a really forceful thing. Like a vehicle, or a major fall from a height. The forces like that.
Would it be fair to describe it as a significant degree of force, likely beyond that which a person could create?
That would be my view, yes.
You are of the view that in order to create the level of force required to create that injury, one would need the assistance of something such as a vehicle, or as you've described, a fall from a great height.
Yes.
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 So therefore you query, would it be fair to say, for this body individually, whether or not these fractures were caused pre or post-mortem?
I would, yes.
And in your view, it's possible that these fractures were caused post-mortem?
I think it's entirely possible, yes.
Yes.
Interpreter's note, could the speakers kindly make pause between question and answer? Thank you.
Thank you. Could we please have page 19 of your report? And if we could have it just zoomed out a little bit. Mr. Clark, you'll see the deceased who we'll now discuss listed at the top of the page. We'll see on the top line that this was an autopsy that was conducted in 2004 by a Dr. Morsillo, is that correct?
Yes.
And we see a summary of those findings at the top of your report. Now, it's right that Dr. Morsillo was of the view that this was also a deceased for whom the cause of death remained unascertained, is that right?
Yes, and I would agree with these findings, yes.
Yes, you agree with those findings?
Ms. Rowan, count to 4 after he answers the question, please. And could your colleague please help keep track of this? I hate to interrupt you all the time.
Yes. She can interrupt me instead. Mr. Clark, you had said that you don't contradict the finding that cause of death remains unascertained for this deceased, is that right?
Yes.
That's where we were. Now, what was found present in the skeletal remains that we have was some fracturing, is that right?
Yes.
And it was clear that one of those fractures observed was to the eye socket that the pathologist was confident was caused post-mortem, is that correct?
Yes.
But the other 3 fractures...
Ms. Rowan, I just stopped. I asked you to count to 4 after he answers the question. You're just keep on going. There's no break.
There were 3 other fractures that were identified in this body, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. The pathologists were not in a position, or the pathologist was not in a position to confirm whether or not these fractures were caused before or after death. Is that correct?
I think their view was that these were probably genuine fractures in life.
Yes. But that we could not confirm that conclusively one way or the other. Is that right?
No, it's impossible to always do that.
Now, were those fractures to have been caused in life, they would not have been fatal. Is that right?
I don't think they would have been, no.
And you were not of the view that had they been caused in life, that they would have contributed to death, as being a contributory cause of a death?
Not in themselves.
No. Now...
Ms. Rowan, you don't have to answer him. You don't have to say yes or no after he gives the answer, but you do have to pause. I've asked you repeatedly. It's for the benefit, not of us, but for the translators. Think of them and go ahead.
Can we deal briefly with the rib fractures? This body had fractures to the sternum. Is that correct?
Yes.
The sternum is the breastbone.
Yes. Or in the middle of the chest.
Also found was a fracture to a rib at the center of the chest.
The rib, third rib, almost just at the attachment to the breastbone, yes. So both in the same sort of area.
Very close to the fracture of the sternum.
Yes.
Now, you say in your report that it is possible that those fractures could have been caused during resuscitation attempts. Is that correct?
It's a possibility I cannot exclude. In routine practice, when people have been resuscitated, we regularly see fractures of the sternum and the ribs. So I certainly can't exclude that. Alternatively, it could just be a firm blow to the chest by an object or even a kick. That's a possibility as well.
Just dealing with CPR, it is common when performing CPR properly on a person, often where ribs will be broken. Is that right?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And usually more than one,
Yes.
usually several ribs.
And that is because if CPR is performed properly, it necessarily involves a significant degree of force to get the heart pumping again.
Yes, and in modern times they use a machine. I forget the name of it, but it imparts quite a considerable force.
Yes. And these fractures would be consistent with such an application of force in such a circumstance.
It's one possibility. I raise it just so, I can't exclude it. There are other multiple potential explanations for it.
On page 20 of your report, at question 4, you also deal with other potential causes of death. You state in your report that a variety of causes of death could include gunshot wounds, brain damage, natural disease, asphyxia, drowning, smoke inhalation, intoxication, none of which would leave a trace on the skeleton. Is that right?
Yes.
So there is any possible variety of instances or illnesses that could have led to the death of this individual. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
You were asked by the prosecution about the question of methodology and whether or not you were of the view that the methodology adopted by the pathologist in this autopsy was of an acceptable standard to you. And you confirmed that it was. Is that right?
I know the individuals involved, and I know how autopsies were conducted at that period. I would have no problems in accepting their findings.
Dr. Morsillo is a pathologist that you have worked with in the past.
I've worked beside her, yes.
Yes.
That's right.
Ms. Rowan, we have to give him a 10-minute break, if this is a convenient time.
One question.
Go ahead.
And is it therefore based on your experience, not only working alongside Dr. Morsillo, but also your knowledge of the methodology that was deployed by those internationals in the Balkans at the time, that you are confident that the methodology deployed by her would have met a standard that you find to be acceptable?
Yes, I think that's
Thank you.
fair.
We'll give you a 10-minute break, witness.
Thank you.
We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. All right, Ms. Rowan.
Mr. Clark, as we can see on this page that we're looking at, this report was also looked at by a Dr. Pablo,
Jose Pablo Baribar.
is it pronounced Barry? Yes. Is this a person that you've also worked with in the past?
Very much so, yes.
Yes. And Mr. Baribar is a well-known forensic anthropologist.
Yes, he's an anthropologist, not a medical doctor.
He is a doctor in forensic anthropology.
Yes.
Forensic anthropology is the study of human remains, or as you've described it in your report, examination of skeletons. Is that right?
Yes, they have a particular expertise in the examination of bones, aging, sex, injuries, etc. That's their specialty.
Forensic anthropology is a subset of physical anthropology, in that forensic anthropologists would look at bones with a view to solving criminal cases.
Yes, and particularly interpretation of injuries, they specialise in that.
That is the work that Mr. Baribar does.
Yes.
Would you agree that forensic anthropology is a distinct field of scientific expertise?
Yes.
And as you mentioned, forensic anthropologists, unlike pathologists, are not medical doctors.
No. Sorry, yeah, well, yes.
They are not medical
They're
doctors.
not medical doctors.
It's common for pathologists and anthropologists to work together in situations such as post-conflict zones.
Very much so, and we worked in the work in Bosnia, Croatia. This was crucial, this cooperation between the medical doctors and the anthropologists, and it's absolutely essential in work like this.
You inform each other's work and assist each other in your work.
Yes,
Your work is nonetheless distinct from each other at its core. Is that right?
I think you could put it, they help with the findings, and they guide us as to, particularly with bony injuries, they can help reconstruct bones, identify this. Our main role is the interpretation. What does that mean afterwards? You know, that a bullet injury in a particular bone, I know what the consequences of that will be, because I know what organs and tissues are round about. So that's where our kind of particular role is.
But you would agree that they hold a unique and particular expertise in what they do.
Yes.
And if we wanted to discuss with a forensic anthropologist their findings or the contents of a report that they had drafted, the person placed best to answer those questions is the forensic anthropologist themselves.
Yes.
And you appreciate that there is expertise that anthropologists have that pathologists do not have.
Yes, I think that's correct. Yes. Some pathologists would doubt that because forensic anthropologists are not available all around the world. So in some countries, it's quite common for the pathologist to do the work of an anthropologist, and this is the case in Bosnia, for instance, at the moment. It's mainly the pathologists who do all the pathology, the anthropology the bone interpretation, and are very good at it.
In your opinion, it is a distinct field of expertise, and that is how you understand it?
Yes.
Could we please turn to page 21? This is the report, Dr. Clark, that there was some confusion over numbers of remains, identification of the correct reports. Do you recall?
Yes, and I think we've resolved that,
Yes.
the answer to that.
And you are satisfied now that you have clarity as to what reports relate to what body?
Yes.
Yes. Looking at those reports and your observations briefly, these were partially skeletonized remains for this individual, is that right?
Yes.
There were no photographs available from this autopsy, is that correct?
Not to me. I'm almost certainly photographs were probably taken. I have not seen them.
There was no indication in the papers, as you saw them, that the brain remained preserved at the point of autopsy. Is that right?
No, it wasn't present.
The cause of death for this individual was given in the underlying report as being a blunt force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, if we look at the top of your report, we can see that this is a autopsy that was conducted in Kosovo in the summer of 1998.
No, the autopsy was.
Oh, pardon me. It was in May of 2005.
Yes.
Pardon me, I'm reading one line ahead. Is that right?
Yes.
There were injuries identified as fractures found in the skull of this individual. Is that correct?
Fractures, essentially fractures of the left side of the lower jawbone, the mandible, and very close by a fracture running across the base of the skull. And this was felt to be probably the same impact to the side of the jaw and the force transmitted across the base of the skull.
In the absence of the brain, it's not possible to see the extent of any injury that the brain or soft tissue would have been caused as a result of that blunt force trauma. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In the absence of the brain, and considering the location of the fracturing in the jaw and at the base of the skull, are you confident that one could conclusively determine in those circumstances that that fracturing was the cause of death?
I could never be 100% certain, but I think I would have confidence to say that that probably was that was the cause of death. It's difficult to think of. That's not an injury which would typically be caused post-mortem, and we know that a fracture going through the base of the skull, just where it is, goes past vital structures in the brain, which are likely to have been damaged in that. A fracture of the base of the skull is a serious injury, and it's likely to cause damage to vital structures in the brain. So I would be happy to accept that this was the cause of death.
We've seen a parallel approach taken to the examination of skeletal remains in the approach of Dr. Dunwich that we looked at previously, who would be of a school of thought that absent the presence of soft tissue, a different approach can be taken to stating a cause of death. Would a pathologist of that school of thought, in this circumstance, likewise find that a cause of death here equally unascertainable?
He may well have done, but what I was going to say is that it's interesting in Dr. Dunwich, his consolidated report, he's very cautious indeed about gunshot injuries, but far less so about the other trauma that he describes. And he seems much more willing to assume that the other trauma, other fractures, were caused in life. And it's an interesting distinction that while he seems to be unwilling to accept gunshot trauma, far less so for the blunt force trauma, the non-gunshot trauma.
Perhaps if we take it away from the personal for Dr. Dunwich and just describe that school of thought as being purist, as you had described it in your view, talking about pathologists more broadly of that purist thinking, it would be possible for a pathologist of a purist school of thought to take a view that in this circumstance, cause of death would be unascertainable for them.
Yes, that's it. Yes, I'm sure there are some people who would do that.
Could we please turn to page 24 of your report? Dr. Clark, you'll notice I don't intend to deal with the findings in your report of the person dealt with on page 23. There are findings there. It's correct. That, again, is an autopsy performed by Dr. Morsillo. No issues to be raised by you.
No.
For completeness. So I just wish to look at page 24. And this is the final deceased person dealt with in your report. Now, it's right, Dr. Clark, that for this person, you were not provided with an autopsy report, but what you were provided with for this person was a death certificate and some imagery taken during the conduct of the autopsy. Is that right?
Yes, yes. I'd forgotten about the photographs. Yes.
Yes.
I was right.
They were of very poor quality. Would you agree?
Yes, they were.
Might this be another instance where, as you mentioned at the outset, they were of little to no utility for you in conducting your analysis, given their poor quality?
Yes, it would be fair to say that it's not necessarily the quality of the original photograph, it's possibly the reproduction process after that. But there was little I could gain from looking at the photographs themselves.
The photographs that you were provided with by the prosecution in the state that you received them were not fit for that purpose, not useful for that purpose.
They did show some features, but of limited use.
You were asked some specific questions by the prosecution about the findings that were recorded in the death certificate. The death certificate read that acute hemorrhagic shock, consistent with findings that the deceased was murdered. Pardon me, please let me begin that question again. You were asked by the prosecution whether acute hemorrhagic shock was consistent with a finding that the deceased was murdered. Putting aside the appropriateness of that question, just looking at your answers on the finding, it's right, Dr. Clark, that hemorrhagic shock can be fatal.
Yes.
It can be caused by trauma to the body, but it can also be caused by natural disease. Is that right?
Yes.
In either circumstance, it can be fatal.
Yes.
In the paperwork that you received, there was no information regarding the extent of any subcutaneous bleeding, bony fractures, or internal organ damage in writing. Is that correct?
There's a photograph of, an internal photograph of the liver, which must have taken to show something. And I presume that it was a tear in the liver, and maybe blood was coming from here. But that was all.
Just pausing there, Dr. Clark, just so that we're clear for the record, if you could confirm that it is right that in the written material that you received, there was no recording of subcutaneous bleeding, bony fractures, or internal organ damage. And we'll come on to deal with the photographs and your interpretation of those in a moment.
Yes, there's nothing written. No.
What you did have to work with, as you've identified, is the photographs that were of poor quality. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Austin Down said we started with this line of questioning for this victim, we returned to it, and now we're returning to it again.
Sustained?
Could I clarify which line of questioning the objection relates to? Is it about photographs being poor quality?
Your Honor, clearly it relates to the question immediately asked that I objected to.
Mr. Clark, for this deceased, given the lack of an autopsy report and the quality of the material made available to you, are you in a position today to definitively confirm that this person died of, firstly, acute hemorrhagic shock?
I can't confirm that with from the photographs or the. Well, certainly not from the photographs, no.
Taking that a step further, therefore it would be impossible for you, if that is the case, to confirm that it was hemorrhagic shock caused by blunt force trauma.
I mean, I'm happy, this may well be a correct death certificate, but I don't have the basis, I don't have the information that it's based on. It may well be correct, but I cannot confirm that.
You are not in a position to confirm the accuracy of any of the underlying findings in the absence of more material.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And as such, would it be correct to say that you're simply not in a position, absent more information being provided to you, to confirm that this is a reliable finding?
Yes, that's correct.
Therefore, would it be correct to say that you are not in a position to confirm that or adopt that finding as your own?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, yesterday, the majority of the questions that you were asked by the prosecution actually dealt with a deceased person not covered in your report. Do you recall those questions? They dealt with a person we saw in a seated position in a number of photographs.
Yes.
It's right that you were only asked to provide your opinion on that person and their circumstances for the first time when you met the prosecution over Zoom, I believe it was last week.
I think it was the 9th of January, yes.
And yesterday you took us through the observations that you were in a position to make based on the photographs shown to you. Is that right?
Yes.
It's correct that for that person, you were not provided with an autopsy report. As far as we understand, an autopsy was not conducted. Is that right?
I certainly saw no autopsy report, no.
You were provided with some paperwork. Included in that paperwork were the notes of an army medic who had examined the body upon it being discovered. Is that right?
I was shown that.
Yes.
Shown that. I wasn't provided with it.
You were not given a copy to keep?
No.
No. But shown it during your Zoom conversation with the prosecutor?
Yes.
I don't intend to ask you to repeat what has been said by you in relation to the bruising as you observe it on the person. I simply wish to ask you in relation to aging of that bruising. Please let me know if you would like for us to call the photographs up for your reference. I don't intend to do so, but if it would assist, please let me know and we will do so. You recall observing a bruise to that deceased person's thigh.
Yes.
Would you agree that the bruise on the thigh appeared to be older and more browner in colour than some of the other bruising that we saw on that deceased person?
I wouldn't agree with you there. I don't think so. That looked to me a fairly fresh bruise. Now, that's perhaps not a very helpful phrase. Bruising is notoriously difficult to age. It goes through different colours. And that looked to me relatively fresh, possibly 1-2 days old or so. I wouldn't classify it as what I would say is an old bruise, in which it would be perhaps green, yellow, which would be several days old. The most I could say this was probably up to maybe a couple of days old.
Is your view that the bruising was 1 to 2 days old only apply to the bruising that you observed on the thigh? Or does that age apply equally, in your opinion, to the bruising that you also observed elsewhere on that deceased person's body?
Yes, I think it's a general application to all the bruises. There was nothing that struck me as this was a particularly old bruise. They all looked to me of around about the same age. So yes, I would say that they're all fairly similar.
That being 1 to 2 days?
1 to 2 days. I mean, I could stretch that up to 3 days. Who knows? Different people bruise differently, and but they look to me relatively fresh bruises.
From what you observed in the photograph, is it right that you would not expect, in your opinion, the blunt force trauma of the force required to cause those bruises to have caused bony injury?
I think perhaps there may have been some fractured ribs, because they're relatively fragile in an older person. But I cannot imagine, well, so from the injury that I saw, even there was a bruise on the thigh, that's not going to fracture the femur. So, yes, at most, it probably would have been, possibly would have been some rib fractures.
I believe yesterday that your evidence was that while possible, that would be, in your opinion, unlikely. Is that correct?
The fractures?
Yes.
Could we have a reference to that, Your Honor? I don't recall it.
I'll ask for that to be pulled up. Mr. Clark, you can answer the question while that's been done. We can continue.
I can't remember if I said fractures were unlikely.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Your Honor, but the transcript does need to be called up. I can read it myself if you like, but what counsel asked is not actually correct in my submissions, and that would be at page 24243.
If my learned friend wishes to read the evidence, I'm content for him to do so now. I don't have the reference.
Your Honor, I just provided the reference, and in line with the conduct of proceedings, when we're referring to testimony, we should pull up references.
Absolutely.
We don't always do so, but when counsel for the other party requested, that does become necessary.
If you can't call up the reference, then don't ask the question.
Very well. Would Your Honour like me to continue? Or call up the reference? I'm waiting for that to be done. It needs to be done. We don't have it to hand. My learned friend has it to hand. If he wishes to read it to the record, he can do so.
Your Honor, it is not my job to call up a reference. I'm not the counsel who's examining the question. I helpfully pointed to the page, but as Your Honor said, if you don't have the reference...
Call it up.
We're looking for it. We don't yet have it ready.
I'll repeat, page 24243, and I can go into the line numbers from question at line 12 till the answer at line 17.
Go ahead and read the answer, please, counsel. Mr. Potch, go ahead and read what you're looking at.
Certainly, Your
We'll
Honor.
get to it faster that way. Thank you.
Yes. Question, and focusing on the injuries you described on the chest area, in your opinion, could such injuries cause damage to the victim's internal organs? Answer, probably unlikely. I mean, there may be other injuries that we can't see underneath there, but at most they might fracture a rib, but it's unlikely that they would damage any of the internal organs.
Thank you. So yesterday you used the word unlikely twice. Mr. Clark, could you please clarify what your view today is in response to that question? Is it likely, in your opinion, or not, that the blunt force trauma that you observed to the chest was likely or not to cause underlying bony injury?
What I said there, as I recall, was that I think it's possible that fractures, there could have been rib fractures. I said, but then I followed that to say, but it's unlikely that there would be damage to the organs beneath that, like the lungs or the heart. I think that would be unlikely from the injuries I saw. So fractures, ribs perhaps, but unlikely to be anything more deeper than that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Ms. Rowan, you're coming up on 3 hours now. You need to terminate. Get to the end of your questioning quickly.
This is my last body. 5 minutes? Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Clark, I'm going to read to you, and please let me know if you would like to be able to follow with us in writing, because I can bring the document up if you wish. This is from the Army Medics report. It was a Dr. Schreckenbauer who had the opportunity. I don't believe, as you said, the prosecution provided you with this, which is why I intend to read it to you. It was his notes following his examination of the person that we saw in the photographs. For those following, it is SITF 0018921 to SITF 189140ET revised, and I'm told that that's now P858. But before I read his notes, Mr. Clark, he states that no autopsy was, and the position is no autopsy was conducted on the body. Because his note reads, report of the autopsy, MUP building. But for you to keep that caveat in mind, there's no suggestion this was in fact an autopsy. 18th of June, 1999, for 16:30 hours, male body, approximately 70 years old, estimated time of death on 18 June 1999 at 0300 hours or before. Rigor mortis from the jaw down to the feet, liver mortis on fingers and distal lower legs, toes, and back of thighs, in accordance with the seated position the body was found in. The right wrist was tied to the right arm rest with handcuffs. The following characteristics of external forceful impact were identified. Welts and bruises across the left and right chest, massive hematoma in the upper half of the back, with welts and bruises on the right thigh, front, and in an approximately 15 centimetre long hematoma on the left thigh, front. I could not identify a shot wound, stab wound, or strangulation mark. Mouth cavity and anus empty. In the clothing, an ID was found, 150 dinars, and a packet of Captopil. Assessment. The bruises found, in my opinion, do not represent a fatal injury. The tablets found indicates a possible cardiovascular condition. In that case, a sudden cardiac death would be quite conceivable. Now, Mr. Schreckenbauer was asked by the prosecution at a later stage in these proceedings to elaborate upon that assessment that he made. And he said this, and for those following, that is KSC BC 2020-06 071320 to 071356 ET read page 071346.
Yes, could that be called up, please, so that we can follow it?
It's not on our queue.
Then they can't refer to it, Your Honour, if it's not under queue. I'm not sure what I meant to do to ensure the accuracy of what is being said. I certainly do not recall specific content of random documents.
Please bring the document up.
Could we have the year end again, please?
Of course. It's KSC BC 2020-06 What's the problem? 071320 to 071356 ET read.
Trying to find the document.
Perhaps in the interests of time, in the interim, I could read the one paragraph to the witness.
Your Honor, frankly, we'd object to that. We've had no notice the defense was going to use this document, which, as you know, we only get notice once cross-examination starts. We are not prepared to address it, so reading an isolated paragraph is not helpful. Even adding it and allowing the reading at all to be done is not helpful to us.
It's page 071346 in this. Thank you. Could you
Mr. Court
please scroll
Officer.
down on the right? Thank you. And scroll out, please, because it's too foreign. Thank you. All right, almost there, Mr. Clark. When asked at a later stage about that assessment, Mr. Schreckenbauer said this in response to this question. In your assessment, at the end of the report, it says that the bruises were not fatal injuries, but that a sudden cardiac death was quite possible. If possible, can you explain how you came to this conclusion? The injuries recognizable on the body were not so serious that they could have explained the death. Ultimately, I also noted in my report that the exact cause of death could only be determined through an autopsy. Due to the old age of the dead person, another cause of death could be quite plausible. The injuries to the other people were similar in nature and degree to the ones of the dead person, and they were not fatal either. Can you see that?
Yes.
Mr. Clark, turning back to the assessment that we're discussing, would you agree that Dr. Schreckenbauer's assessment contains 3 parts? 1, in his opinion, the bruises do not represent a fatal injury. 2, the presence of those tablets indicates a possible cardiovascular condition. And 3, a sudden cardiac death would be quite conceivable. Do you agree that they are the 3 aspects of his assessment from what you've been read?
Yes.
You were shown that assessment by the prosecution. Is that right? Well,
no.
not you weren't shown this.
I wasn't shown
No.
that. No.
You were shown the assessment.
The original comment, yes.
Yes. This is shown simply to provide you with additional context for his answer. Mr. Clark, is there anything in the photographs or the papers that you have been provided by the SPO that would cause you to disagree with Dr. Schreckenbauer's assessment?
I wouldn't disagree. I would add to it. I don't disagree that the injuries as seen, the ones that we can see, would not in themselves be fatal. There could be other injuries we don't see. I mean, like it could be a head injury, which would not necessarily be visible externally. It's a possibility. It could be that there is internal damage. If there's other blows to the chest, tearing of the liver, perhaps, etc. So that's one side of it. The tablets, Captopril, are generally given for people with high blood pressure and with heart disease, cardiac heart failure. So yes, the implication was that he would have some sort of cardiac condition. and it's true that he could have dropped down dead at any time from that condition. I think, however, it would be fair also to add that, I mean, these injuries, external injuries, are not insignificant. And I think it would be fair to add that there's a possibility that he could have died from a heart attack precipitated by the stress of the injuries received. And I think that would be only fair to add to that.
Well,
Ms. Rowan, you're about out of time.
yes, I'll conclude. When you say to add to that, is it right that the position as you assess it to be is that there are a number of ways in which this man could have died, and it is not possible to make a determination as to cause of death without an autopsy?
Yes, I think that's correct.
And I have one more matter just to raise briefly, which is in relation to time of death, which you were asked by the prosecution. You noted, well, it was noted for you by the prosecutor in your preparation note, which is their note of your Zoom discussion, that in your view the body looked relatively fresh. Is that a correct description?
Yes.
And that, in your opinion, the body had been dead at least several hours?
Yes.
In your view, is it possible, were these photographs to have been taken in the late afternoon or evening, that this person may well have been alive earlier in that day?
It's possible, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you very much. Witness, we'll give you a half-hour break at this time. We'll be back at 11:30. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Bring the witness in, please. Ms. Tavicoli? Oh, what?
Thank you.
So we'll wait till he's on the screen. We have to wait for just a minute, witness, to get somebody on video. While we're waiting, Ms. Tavakoli, do you have questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Mr. Tully,
Neither do I, Your Honour. Thank you.
Ms. Alakindra?
Just a few. Your Honour.
Okay. We'll get to you in just a minute then. All right, Mr. Thaçi is now with us. Ms. Alakindra,
Thank you, Your Honour.
you may go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for coming back, Mr. Thaçi. Do you have a question?
Yes, Your Honor. Could we please move into private session?
Your Honour, please, can we move into private session?
Yeah.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Now you may proceed, Ms. Alakindra.
Thank you, Your Honour. Dr. Clark, my name is Shamla Alagendra, and I represent Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, who sits behind me today. So I just have a few questions for you, so we won't be here too long.
Okay.
Dr. Clark, we note that you were the chief pathologist for the ICTY, and you would be quite familiar, wouldn't you, with the context of the conflict concerning the former Yugoslavia?
Yes.
And you're also familiar with the context of what was happening, particularly in Kosovo.
Yes, less familiar. I had not many dealings with Kosovo. My main work was in Bosnia and in Croatia.
You've provided training to pathologists in Bosnia and Croatia, and also in Kosovo?
And in Kosovo, yes.
And this was to improve standards and to share your expertise?
Yes.
Yes. And your CV also states, Dr. Clark, that you were also conducting war crimes examinations in Kosovo, correct?
Yes, yes.
You must therefore be quite familiar with the applicable frameworks of forensic pathology in those jurisdictions?
Yes.
Dr. Clark, one of the pathologist's reports and work that you were asked to comment on and that you've been testifying extensively about was that of Professor Slavisa Drobichanin.
Yes.
Have you had any personal or professional contact with Professor Drobichanin?
No.
You will agree with me, Dr. Clark, that an expert must be able to provide impartial, unbiased, objective evidence on matters within their field of expertise.
Yes.
And you will also agree with me that all experts have a duty, in fact, to disclose anything that might reasonably be thought capable of undermining their expert opinion or detracting, shall I say, from their credibility or impartiality.
Yes.
Now, especially in cases such as the ones prosecuted at the ICTY and by this court as well, you would agree with me that any potential personal, ideological, or nationalistic biases of experts, especially experts coming from the communities involved in the conflict, should be considered in assessing the impartiality of that particular expert. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree, yes.
And as part of the instructions from the prosecution, sir, did they provide you with any information about Professor Drobichanin's political or personal beliefs that may have affected his impartiality?
Not at all, no.
Now, in your report at page 5, and also during your testimony, you describe what I put to you is the classical position that pathologists do not ordinarily decide or comment on the manner of death, that being the role really of the prosecutor or judges.
Yes.
Rather, pathologists analyze the state of the body, they describe what they see, and they give their conclusions as to the cause of death. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
You also mention on that page that in other parts of the world, pathologists may be expected to decide the manner of death, and you refer to Professor Drobichanin's report as, quote, presumably being in line with that practice. And I'd like to drill down a little bit on the word presumably, if I may. Now, based on your extensive experience and training you've conducted in Kosovo and in other parts of former Yugoslavia, are you actually aware of any legal requirement in Serbia that required pathologists, when making findings on the cause of death, to attach labels such as murder?
No, I don't have any direct evidence of that. I think why I said presumably was because I found it unexpected that somebody would write that. And I'm trying to think of explanations for it. And one of them would be that perhaps in their jurisdiction it is expected of them. So I just thought it was sufficiently unusual to comment on.
But you cannot cite to any specific legal or other provision applicable in Serbia that required that, can you?
No, no.
Dr. Clark, were you aware that Professor Slavisa Drobichanin was a defense witness for Mr. Milosevic at his trial at the ICTY? And in fact, he testified as a witness of fact on his behalf in relation to the Rajak massacre. that you may be familiar with. Were you aware of that fact?
I wasn't, no.
Could I please have on the screen DJK 01160-1161, please?
Your Honor, I'd like to make an objection as this document is being called up. First of all, this document contains 2 pages excerpted from presumably a much longer testimony. We do not have the rest of the testimony. Second of all, as we know here, the expert is here as a forensic pathologist, and in relation to the victims charged in the indictment, the Rajak massacre does not figure in the indictment to that extent. So if counsel is going to be allowed to go on with further questioning, they need to state their case in line with the order on the conduct of proceedings.
Please state your case if you wish to go into this.
Yes, Your Honor. Firstly, I wanted to get Professor Clark's opinion on the physiology of Kosovans, which the physiology, the physical attributes of Kosovans, having been someone who has done medical examinations in Kosovo, he may be able to. And additionally, I just wanted to go into some information which may actually touch on the possible lack of impartiality of Professor Drobesanian.
This document is important. Why?
I wanted Dr. Clark to comment on certain aspects of the professor's testimony here.
Is there some reason there's only a part of the document?
I can provide the whole transcript, which is actually a public document, but it's just that it's over 100 or 200 pages.
Okay. Start out with, go ahead and look at the document. The objection's overruled at this time.
Could I go to the next page, please? To lines 11. Dr. Clark, what you see there is an excerpt of Professor Drobesanian's testimony at ICTY, and these are his answers to questions put by ICTY prosecutor Mr. Dan Saxon about the killing of a 14-year-old child who was shot from behind. And he's asked if it's possible the child was simply an innocent civilian. Now, his response to prosecution cross-examination is recorded as, among the Albanians, boys of that age are mature. Now, having worked there and being familiar with the country, have you come across any information or medical evidence that Kosovan children grow up faster than children from Serbia or Bosnia or elsewhere?
I have no evidence one way or the other, no.
Could we have, please, DP S 00270 200863 on the screen, please? Just the front page will do. Dr. Clark, have you come across this book, or were you made aware of this book by the prosecution at all?
No, I've never seen it.
Now, we're not going to go into the details of it, but at page 124 of this book, if we could just... Sorry, at 121, please. Dr. Clark, in that section of the book titled The Forensic Results and the Hippocratic Oath, the author seeks to expose, in fact, the pro-Serbian bias of pathologist Professor Drobisanin. I'm not going to go over it, but I'm just interested to know whether this was brought to your attention at all.
Not at all, no.
Now, I put all this to you, Dr. Clark, because in the absence of any legal requirement that you know or that we have been able to find for pathologists to label a death as murder, and some of the other weaknesses in his report that you have identified in your own report and testified about, isn't it possible that factors such as anti-Albanian bias or even personal motive to label the KLA as murderous may have influenced his conclusions?
They may well have done, yes. I mean, it's difficult. We all have some bias in anything we do, but we try to lessen that as much as we can.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Now, Doctor, moving on now to your answers in relation to all the 5 victims that were grouped together, and I won't mention them since we're in a public session. The conclusion that the evidence presented to you would suggest that the men were killed where they were found is based on your assessment that if they had been shot elsewhere and the body dumped on the road, you would expect a lot more blood staining on the body. Correct?
That was one factor. There were other factors. I mean, the actual photographs of the bodies at the scene do show what to me looks like somebody who's just collapsed there. So particularly one case, his knees are bent, as if he's just fallen backwards. There's also the absence of the clothing doesn't look disturbed. You know, they've been dragged or pulled. You would have expected more dragging of the clothing. There's no injuries from dragging on the body. The shoes are still in position as if they hadn't been pulled off. So all in all, I felt that they had probably just been, they died where they were, probably they were shot where they were found.
The question I have for you is this, is that if the body had been shot and the person died where they laid, and after a period of time, the body was moved, would you ordinarily expect the passage of time between the death and the movement of that body to result in less bleeding or blood staining on the body?
Depends how they were moved. I mean, bodies will bleed after death. There's no doubt about that. Blood. There are holes in the skin. There's blood in the body. It will leak out. So one would tend to find some blood stains round about from where the body had been taken. That doesn't seem to be described anywhere.
And with the passage of time, for example, would that result in less blood staining?
Not particularly. Not in this sort of fresh period. If we're speaking about weeks, months, yes, that might be different, but not when the bodies are still fresh.
Isn't it also possible that the bodies may have been transported in a manner that prevented blood from spilling, such as in a vehicle or wrapped in a material, for example?
That's a possibility, yes. Yes, it's possible.
And then the bodies could then be placed on the road, as if it's staged to look like the killing occurred where the bodies were found. That's possible, isn't it?
Everything's possible, yes.
And also, you're not able to discount the possibility that the astonishing absence of any bullets, as you describe it on the bodies of the deceased or even the crime scene may also be indicative of a staged crime scene that may also affect other observations of Professor Drobisanin?
Yes, well, there were cartridges at the scene, but not bullets.
No bullets.
Now, ostensibly, most of the wounds had entrance and exit, so you would have expected the bullets to have come out. Well, they did come out, and you would expect some bullets lying around, which are not recorded. I think there's possibly one was noted. But the fact that there are lots of cartridges around would tend to suggest that the shooting had occurred there.
Ms. Alessandra, this material was already asked extensively by Ms. Rowan, so please move on to something else.
Your Honor, just to clarify, I'm not sure whether or not the possibility it was staged was in fact asked by Ms. Rowans. That was in fact my question. I was going to put it back to him. Dr. Clark, do you agree with me that it's possible that the crime scene could have been staged given these peculiarities?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, when you're interpreting the report of Professor Drobisanin, you note that some of the wounds would have been caused by the same weapon or weapons, which would be consistent with it being a high-velocity weapon.
I think I used the word could rather than would.
Could, I beg your pardon.
Yes. There is a
Now,
difference.
that is something, if I'm not mistaken, you're speculating about that, aren't you?
Well, all these injuries appear to me typical of high-velocity weapons. I mean, the fact that there was really just all the wounds exited from the body. Now, if this had been handguns, which are, pistols or revolvers, the chances are that some of these bullets would have remained in the body and not come out. So the fact that they'd all come out of the body would suggest a sort of high-velocity weapon, as would the size, to some extent, the size of the entrance wounds, which are approximately the size of high-velocity weapon ammunition.
But just to be clear, you didn't see any ballistic report to support the conclusion of what kind of weapons may have been used?
Not at all, no. And that's why it would have been helpful if there had been bullets found. They could have been analysed.
Now, Doctor, in relation to the first individual, which appears at page 6 of your report, and in answer to question 5, you state that given the wounds were on the upper part of the chest, he was likely to have been standing at that time.
Yes.
And then in relation now to another individual who appears at page 9 to 10 of your report, again you note at page 10 that there were no bullets recovered from his body. You see that, Doctor?
This is on page 9 of my report.
Page 9, the individual I'm talking about is at page 9, and your observation that no bullets were recovered from his body appears at page 10 in answer to question 3. Do you see that?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. So my questions are this. If a victim was forced to lie down before being shot, it's very likely, isn't it, that bullets would have been recoverable from the body?
If they'd been fired in the front, the back, the bullet would almost certainly the bullet would be on the ground underneath them. Yes, it would be found.
So either on the body or on the ground, it would have been there.
Yes. Well,
Also-
we know the bullets came out because there's a hole. So you would have expected the bullet on the ground underneath the body.
Now, also in your report, you take the view that the shooter was to the right and front of the victim. And would that mean that in standing position as well?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, I don't believe you were provided with this report, but you will confirm that. Could I please have document 0188-3494 -0188-3591 on the screen, please. And I would like to have page 0188-3501. Now, if you go to the bottom of the page, so the last line there, Dr. Clark, you see it states, now this is an on-site investigation report related to these individuals that you've been asked to, whose autopsies you've been asked to comment on. And there you can read what it says, that most likely the victims were forced to lie down and shot. Now, given your own observations, you agree that this view, that they were most likely forced to lie down and shot, it's a bit doubtful, isn't it?
Yes, I certainly wouldn't use the word most likely. It's possible, but I think it's more likely, my view, that they were standing up. I mean, some have been shot ostensibly in two surfaces, you know, in the front of the body and in the back of the body, occasionally, which would imply that the body had been then turned round. So I just felt because all the bulk of the injuries were at sort of trunk level, apart from one in the head and in the arms, that they were most likely standing up. And the fact that the arms, there were injuries to the arms, would fit better with people standing up rather than lying down, when the arms might be to the sides and in different positions. So my view is that I would say most likely they were standing up. This person has said they were forced to lie down and shot. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Well, I wouldn't agree with it.
Doctor, regarding skeletal remains, I just have a couple of questions. You would agree that distinguishing between trauma that occurred near the time of death and post-mortem changes is especially difficult when soft tissue is absent, correct?
Objection, Your Honour. That was certainly asked by counsel for Mr. Vesely.
Sustained.
And I believe your answer to that was yes, it would be.
Your Honour, my objection was sustained. We don't need to go over the answer that has already been
You're
elicited.
giving an answer to a question that was not allowed.
Your Honour, I would like it, if you would permit me to re-ask the question, because it's the premise for my next question, Your Honour. Could counsel remind me what his answer was?
Your Honour, once again, it's not my job to do that.
No, this is up to you. This is your cross-examination, not the prosecution's.
Dr. Clark, you would acknowledge that post-mortem damage to the bones from environmental factors or scavenging could potentially mimic or even obscure signs of a traumatic injury. Would you agree with that?
Yes and no. It's not so much environmental factors or scavenging. They would leave more distinctive marks. What I'm talking about in post-mortem trauma is movement of the body, physical movement by machines or whatever, causing injury that way. It's not so much the environmental factors or animals. It's much more physical than that.
But that kind of damage, it can obscure or even mimic traumatic injury at times, doesn't it?
Sorry, what kind of damage?
Any kind of non-traumatic damage caused to skeletal remains. Is it easy
no.
to mistake?
No, I mean, well, certain things we can tell. If for instance, a body has been exhumed after many years and the bones are injured in taking out the skeleton, we can usually tell that's caused at that time. There's a different appearance to it. I can tell if a bone has been nibbled away by an animal, for instance. That has a characteristic appearance. I've forgotten what I was going to say. Well, there are distinctive patterns of injuries. It's not always easy to say that, say, a fracture, a straightforward fracture in a bone was caused in life or after death. It's not 100% possible at all.
I have another general question for you. And would you agree that anticoagulants are usually prescribed to manage heart conditions, heart failures, enlarged hearts?
In certain heart conditions, there would be. If the heart is beating irregularly, that's when they would most likely be provided. Yes.
And am I right, am I not, that blood thinners can lead to worse bruising or bruising more easily?
Yes.
Dr. Clark, in relation to the individual at page 24 to 25 of your report, I just have a few questions. And my questions, in fact, is about the missing autopsy report. Now, you note that the autopsy was performed probably on the 2nd of March by Dr. Susanna Metajic. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, were you made aware, Dr. Clark, that the autopsy report was in fact signed off by the same Milosevic defense witness we spoke about earlier, Professor Dobrisanin?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
Could we please have on the screen, please, SPOE 0007823 dash SPOE 0007823 and page 2. This is a note compiled by a ULEX officer reporting on efforts to locate the missing autopsy report. Now, as you can see, the ULEX officer was unable to retrieve the report, but he noted, and this is the second paragraph from the bottom, that the annotation in the registry indicated that the report was signed by Slavisa Drobisanin. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
Yeah. Now, just to confirm, Dr. Clark, you were not provided with this document, were you?
No.
And also in your report on page 24, you note that the cause of death is listed as homicide, murder in brackets, and you explain that homicide is not a cause of death, but rather a manner to be proved by others. And you also say that many pathologists would not have included it under Part 1C. Now, you would agree with me, Dr. Clark, that this approach is not only contrary to international standards, but it could also suggest a potential bias in how cause of death is characterized. Would you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not for the forensic expert who's a witness here to assess bias. He can comment on procedures, but that calls for something that the judges will do in terms of bias in report. He does not have a position to do that.
It's overruled. He can answer the question if he knows.
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
So my question was that in your report, page 24, you note that the cause of death is listed as homicide, in brackets murder, and you explain that homicide is not a cause of death, but rather a manner to be proved by others,
Yes.
and that many pathologists would not have included it under Part 1C. My question was, you would agree, wouldn't you, that this approach is not only contrary to international standards, but it could also suggest a potential bias in how the cause of death was characterized?
Yes.
Your Honours, I tender this document for admission and ask that it be given exhibit number, please.
Objection, Mr. Pudge.
No, I think I might be wrong that it's even tendered in our bar table motion, but certainly no objection to admission.
Under our standard, we'll mark it as MFI now, rule on it later. Please sign a number.
Thank you, Your Honor. SPOE 00078-233 to SPOE 00078-234 RED will be marked for identification with 4D00103 and is classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can we please have on the screen SPOE 000-78351 -000-78351. It's just one page. Dr. Clark, this is another ULEX report concerning efforts to locate the missing autopsy report of this individual. Do you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, yes.
Now, in paragraph 3 of that document, it reads, in the relative diagnosed protocol number 145020399, it states the victim had a medical history of having an enlarged heart. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, can you confirm that this document was not provided to you by the SPO?
I can confirm it wasn't, yes.
And you can also confirm that this information about the individual's heart condition was also not mentioned in the death certificate at all, is it?
That's correct. It's not there at all, no.
And would you agree with me that in cases where cardiomegaly is found alongside signs of trauma, it would be crucial to consider whether heart failure due to that condition or another pre-existing heart condition could have been the primary cause of death rather than the trauma itself being the direct cause?
Yes, it could have been the primary cause, or it could also be a contributing cause. And the death certificate is structured that you're allowed to put potential contributing causes. This is in part 2 of a death certificate. So either the decision had been that this was the primary cause, you would put it in the part 1. If you felt it didn't help him, shall we say, with all these injuries, then you would put it under probably part 2. So it would be right to consider it and include if necessary.
And isn't it true that an enlarged heart can in fact increase the risk of sudden cardiac arrest even without external trauma?
Yes, yes, indeed. Yes.
And would you agree with me that if you were furnished with this information, your views on the likelihood of death being caused, as stated, may have been different?
Yes, I would have to take into context what injuries, if any, were present. And if I assess them as inevitably fatal in themselves, I would put less emphasis on the heart condition. But if perhaps the injuries were of a lesser, not necessarily fatal nature, the person had died and they had a heart condition, I would probably have included the heart condition as well.
But this is definitely information that should have been provided to you in order to make a more thorough assessment of this particular
Well,
case, isn't it?
I'm not going to comment on what should have been provided to me. I just said it wasn't provided to me.
That's fair enough, Dr. Clark. Your Honour, I tender this document as well for admission and ask that it be marked as an...
Any objection?
No.
SPOE 0007831 to 278351, single page is admitted. Or not is admitted, is granted an MFI number.
Thank you, Your Honors. It will be MFI'd with 4D00104, and it's classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Dr. Clark, thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Those were all my questions, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alejandra. Redirect, Mr. Potch.
Yes, I'll be brief, Your Honour. Good afternoon, Dr. Clark.
Good afternoon.
During cross-examination by counsel for Mr. Veseli, you were asked about certain issues you raised concerning the autopsy reports of the set of 5 victims dealt with in your expert report. For those in the courtroom, I'm referring, for example, to page 24285 of yesterday's transcript. During direct examination, so when I asked you questions earlier yesterday, in relation to 2 of these 5 victims, you testified that despite your concerns with some of the gunshot trajectories, the first victim nevertheless died from a straightforward gunshot injury to the chest, while the second died of multiple gunshot injuries. My question is, does that remain correct based on the information available to you?
Yes, it does. Yes.
And in your expert report that we've been talking about today and yesterday, in relation to these 5 victims, at page 103-121, you state the following. The autopsy findings in these 5 men were all very similar. They each died from multiple gunshot injuries, with most of the shots being to the trunk and arms, and most to the front or side of the body. Only 1 man had been shot in the head, as well as the trunk, only 1 shot in the back, as well as his front, and none shot in the legs. Whatever the distribution of the shots, the men would have died quickly. And my question is, does that remain correct based on the information available to you?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Judge Barter, you had some questions?
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, Dr. Clark. The panel has a few more questions for you to clarify some points that are not yet entirely clear to us and to fully and accurately understand your evidence. Could I ask the court officer to bring up Exhibit P 1991 MFI, please? Thank you, Dr. Clark. As you can see, this is again your forensic pathology report of 15 September 2021. Can we please go to page 3? A little bit further down, please. Thank you. On this page, Dr. Clark, in response to question 9 of the prosecution, you described the term rigor mortis as one of the 4 classical physical changes in the human body after death, and explained that it means the stiffening of the muscles caused by a specific chemical reaction. You also stated that the stiffening usually begins around 4 hours after death, and that typically the whole body would be rigid by about 12 hours or so. Rigor would then persist until decomposition starts, which would perhaps appear around 24 to 48 hours in average conditions. This summary correct, Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Thank you. My first question is the following. If someone dies, let's say in a room or building without air condition in midsummer on a day that is not extremely hot or cold, when would the decomposition process be expected to start, roughly speaking? After 24 hours or earlier or later?
Decomposition starts really at the time of death, but the visible changes of it would usually be, in average conditions, some, as I said, 24 to 48 hours afterwards. The first changes that one sees is a discoloration, a greenish discoloration on the abdomen, skin of the abdomen. And that's decomposition is the bacteria which is in the bowel start to digest the body tissues after death. And so the first changes are usually in the abdomen, and then they will spread. So although the process starts almost immediately, the visible appearances will be, on average, 48 hours, 24 to 48 hours. Having said that, in a very warm condition, decomposition can start, visible decomposition can start within several hours. Conversely, in cold conditions, it could be a week before any changes appear. So this is average conditions.
Thank you. So in my example, the example I just gave, when would be the latest conceivable time for the start of the decomposition? Can you say that?
I think, as I recall, you said a sort of standard air-conditioned room, not too hot, not too cold.
No air condition, not too cold, not extremely hot, and not extremely cold.
I would have thought by, certainly within 2 to 3 days, there would be visible signs starting.
Thank you. On which part, this is my next question, on which part of the body does rigor mortis appear first, and where does it end?
It tends to initially involve the smaller muscles of the body, so perhaps the fingers, and then will gradually to involve the larger muscle groups on the limbs and then the trunk as well.
And again, roughly speaking, when would the rigor disappear, in my example, under or in average conditions, at the latest?
It would probably, it could stay on for 3 or 4 days anyway, until the decomposition changes start to break it down.
If I understood you correctly, you said yesterday that the livor mortis, or lividity, as you called it, would occur depending on the position in which a person died. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
So if a person dies in a sitting position, where would you expect the lividity to appear?
Under the points of gravity, so it will go down to probably naturally to the legs, to the back of the thighs if you're sitting in the chair, perhaps the lower part of the back, that sort of distribution, and into the legs.
Thank you. Now, I have a question in relation to paragraph 9 of the SPO's preparation note, and I don't think it's necessary to bring the note up. According to this paragraph, you stated that the terms post-mortem examination and autopsy are the same for you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are you aware, Dr. Clark, that in some countries, such as Germany, the two terms have different meanings in fact and in law, where the former, for example, means the mere inspection of the body of the deceased from the outside. The latter refers to the opening and subsequent examination of the inside of the body by one or more physicians. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and I would accept that. I was really kind of talking about it in general lay terms, but I fully accept what you say there.
No, I understand this might well be a translation issue, but we don't know. Dr. Clark, very briefly on a related issue that goes to translation, you were asked by the defense actually by two defense teams, whether the use of the word murder was not in line with international standards or could even be a sign of bias. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Have you checked, Dr. Clark, whether the word used in the original Serbian version of the autopsy report actually meant murder in the English?
No, I went by the translation, yes.
Thank you. You were shown photos of a deceased man by the prosecution yesterday, and this topic was also addressed by the defense today. And for the record, I'm referring to Exhibit P858, pages 4 and the following. To remember Dr. Clark seeing and discussing these photographs.
This is the man in the chair?
The man in the chair,
yes.
Exactly. So I assume you don't need to see them again.
No, I can.
If this person was actually seen alive about 24 hours before these photos were taken, would that be inconsistent with your estimate of the approximate time of death, which was, as you said, from several hours to 1 or 2 days or less?
No, what you say that's consistent with my observations, yes.
Thank you. And your estimate of 1 or 2 days in relation to the bruising that you described as relatively fresh. This is on page 46 of our real-time transcript. Can this be reconciled with what I've just described to you? In other words, assuming the person was seen alive and unharmed about 24 hours earlier, could the bruising have occurred within the last 24 hours, or would you assume that it occurred earlier?
Yes.
So it could be.
It could be only just be a few hours old. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. You said earlier this morning on page 54 of our real-time transcript that the external injuries that you saw on the man in the photos were not insignificant, and you think it would be fair to say that there's a possibility that he could have died from a heart attack precipitated by the stress of the injuries received. And you also said it was true that the man could have dropped down dead at any time.
Yes.
From his heart condition. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
From your point of view as an expert, Dr. Clark, how likely is it that a 70-year-old person with a cardiovascular condition who is tied to a chair and has injuries such as those shown in the photos will die of causes unrelated to these circumstances? In other words, just because of a simple heart attack that can happen anytime and anywhere?
I would consider that unlikely. I think the chances are that it's not just a coincidence that the injuries probably could well have played a part in his death. Yes.
Thank you. I would like to move on to a different topic. Mr. Court Officer, could we please go into a private session for the protection of witnesses and other persons?
Your Honor, we in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Clark.
Good afternoon.
I want to start with the question of matching up entry and exit wounds. If you have a body with multiple entry wounds and exit wounds, how important is it to match up the entry wounds with the exit wounds in order to conclude that the victim died as a result of gunshot injuries?
It's not essential because we can still tell that bullets travelled through the body, injured internal organs and came out. It's not crucial that we know that the one exit wound matched up with the internal one. It's helpful in perhaps reconstructing, giving other information, but it's not absolutely crucial.
And on the basis of your professional experience, is it the general practice for an autopsy report to match up multiple entry wounds and exit wounds in a case of multiple gunshot injuries in order to reach a conclusion that the victim died of gunshot injuries?
I think the pathologist would try as much as possible to match up the injuries. But if they were in any doubt, they would state that. But they would probably go on to say that even though there's some doubt what was the exit of that entrance, there's no doubt that the gunshot injuries still killed this person.
I want to turn now to the issue of the presence of a bullet in whole or in fragments within the body. On the basis of your experience in examining gunshot injuries in Bosnia, Croatia, Kosovo and elsewhere, roughly how common is it to find bullets embedded in the body rather than to have passed through the body?
It is fairly common. I would have thought the majority of cases that I dealt with in Bosnia, we did find at least a fragment of bullet in most cases. Not all, but most cases. I mean, high velocity ammunition is designed to go through a body, to go in and out the other side. But if it strikes bone, then it tends to fragment, and perhaps bits of it will emerge, but bits of it will remain. And the bits that emerge don't necessarily go out the same where you would expect them to do. They can be deflected as well. So I think it is common to find bullet fragments in body, and even whole bullets, which I could never understand, but that was a finding as well.
Now I want to turn to the importance of recovering a bullet, whether from a body or from woodwork or furniture at the crime scene. Is it right to say that recovering a bullet is helpful in determining whether that bullet was fired from a specific firearm, but it is not in fact particularly important in determining whether the victim died from gunshot injury?
That's correct, yes. Yes.
And I want to turn now to trajectories. Is it right that recovering a bullet from a wall or an item of furniture at the crime scene is useful in determining the trajectory of the bullet, which in turn is useful in determining the location of the person who fired the bullet?
Yeah, yes, it would be, yes.
Now, it's establishing the trajectory of the bullet through the body itself might also be useful in determining the location of the person who fired the bullet. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, how important is it to recover a bullet or a fragment in order to determine whether that person has died of gunshot injury?
It's not crucial. I mean, a gunshot injury is very recognisable as such. So we can recognise a bullet entrance wound and damage caused, and know that that's a gunshot injury without actually finding a bullet or even a fragment. So it's not crucial. But retrieval of bullets is much more important in reconstruction of the scene or identifying a weapon, as you correctly said.
Now, in a body with multiple gunshot injuries, how important is it to establish the precise trajectory of the bullets through the body to determine that the person has died of gunshot injury?
It is important to establish that the bullet has damaged vital organs. So a bullet going through the back of the arm is not going to generally not going to kill you. So you would not give that as a cause of death. But it's important to be able to establish that the bullet caused damage to lungs, heart, blood vessels, etc., to be confident of the cause of death.
And where there is a single entry and exit wound, how important is establishing the trajectory there in order to determine that the person has died of injury?
Well, that's I think it follows my last answer. If we've established that the gunshot, the bullet, has gone through vital structures, then that's important. That gives us all the answers we need.
And just to round up, and please clarify if I've got this right or not, if one is not trying to match a bullet to a specific firearm, or if one is not trying to establish the location of the person firing the bullet, then neither the trajectory nor obtaining the bullet itself is particularly crucial in determining whether the person in fact died of gunshot injury.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. Potch?
No, thank you.
Ms. Tabacoli, I'm sorry, Ms. Rowan.
Thank you.
Ms. Tabacoli, anything? Mr. Tully?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Alejandra? Thank you. That signals the fact that you're finished testifying, so
Thank you.
we appreciate you being with us. You are excused. We wish you well in the future, and once again, thank you for your help.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honour, just two matters briefly, please, before I assume we may well be breaking for the lunch. Very well. Firstly, in relation to my learned friend's tender of the exhibits that he wishes to tender with this witness, we would ask that the panel afford us the same amount of time we were afforded for Professor Goodwin to respond to those admissibility arguments, in order to enable us to perform the same exercise, to make submissions incorporating the testimony. That would bring us to next Wednesday.
Especially, I agree in part or in total, I'd like to have a list made by the prosecution of the MFI offer, the tender, so that we make sure we don't miss anything. And you have some MFI exhibits also. Are you going to ask those to be tendered, to be offered?
No, they would only be tendered in the event that Your Honour tenders the prosecution, so it must be dealt with sequentially.
To clarify, Your Honour, our tender is in Annex 1 to the preparation note. That's all of those documents. I haven't, the only item IMFI'd beyond that are the courtroom screenshots. We're happy to send the registry's codes for those. And in terms of the tender by, I think, 2 defense teams, we have no objection to their admission, and we understand that the defense, at least the Veseli defense, would only want them admitted if our items are admitted, whereas I understand Krasnici's defense would have them admitted regardless, but I don't want to speak for them.
So that's fine, and Wednesday is fine, next, a week, yesterday.
I'm grateful, thank you.
Right.
That would mirror the timeline we were afforded before. The second issue is this. Your Honour has twice in the course of cross-examination asked the defence to state their case to this witness. We would ask that the prosecution is required to state their case on this evidence today, in advance of us replying to their motion for admission, because their case on this evidence is simply unclear. The crystal clear
you just heard are in the context of autopsies and expert evidence. Your Honor has dealt with essentially identical submissions before and rejected them, and Your Honor should do the same in this case, where counsel for the defense have argued in relation to other issues that the prosecution has to state their case now today. With finality, they have been overruled, and rightly so, because the time to make those final submissions are at the end of the case based on all the evidence admitted at trial, and there is no prejudice to the defense responding. If they want, they could argue both ways. They could argue neither. That's entirely their choice. There is no undue prejudice in that regard, and there is certainly no need to reinvent the wheel in terms of stating our case. Thank you.
We're finished with this. Prosecution can make your tender in writing. You may respond by Wednesday. The court will rule on it.
one question, Your Honour, because it's becoming an ongoing.
English, I said, we're finished with this now. That's the way we're going to handle it. They will file their submission. You may respond. We'll decide. Use 138, Rule 138, as we always do, and we will use the rule on expert witnesses in connection with that. And that's it.
Jonna, I have a separate issue to raise, please.
We'll break until 2 o'clock. We'll go from 2 o'clock, hopefully, until we can finish with that witness. Yes, Ms. Alejandra.
Your Honor, if I may, mine relates to the same issue. Just for clarity, is it now different to the last expert where we are filing first and the defense responds, or is it still the defense files?
No, he means the previous.
No, I'm seeking clarity on the schedule for the filings in relation to this witness. With Dr. Goodwin, the defense filed, and then we were entitled to a reply. Do you want to follow the same procedure in relation to Dr. Clark, or are we doing something differently?
I'd like to just see the tender, first of all, in writing, all of it. You have some additional ones, so get that all to us. Then they can respond, and then you can reply.
Certainly, we will do the tender.
And if they're going to file on Wednesday, you can reply by Friday.
Sure. But then in that case, could it be Wednesday by 4 o'clock so we get it on Wednesday, please?
Close the business or 4 o'clock on Friday. Understood?
I do speak English.
Okay. Ms. Alejandra?
Jonna, just an issue raised by Judge Butler, and we've just confirmed that the translation of the word in Serbian is accurate. It is murder.
That, we'll see on that. All right, we're going to break now till 2 o'clock. We're adjourned until then.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Since it was brought up as an issue, the prosecution as a tendering party should be in a position to check with the language unit whether the word ubijaka could have several meanings in Serbian. And I believe that would clarify the record.
Yes, Your Honor, we will do so and get back to the court as soon as practicable.
We will now start hearing the evidence in prosecution, witness W02586. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Can you hear now? Good afternoon, Doctor. I'm going to read out the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our Rule 141, paragraph 2. I will ask you to repeat the text after I've read portions of it and then indicate your consent at the end. Is that understood?
Ich habe es verstanden. Yes, I have.
This is the declaration. Conscious of the significance of my testimony,
Im Bewusstsein der Bedeutung. Conscious of the significance of my testimony. And my legal responsibility.
declare that I will tell the truth.
Erkläre ich. I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth.
Truth and nothing but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hold anything which has come to my knowledge.
And that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Declaration.
Ja. I do. Danke. Thank you.
Witness, Dr. Scheckenbauer, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last less than a day. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel may have questions for you. The prosecution's estimate for your examination is 1 hour. The defense estimates that it will need around 1 hour. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphones and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days, while you are giving evidence in court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and we will accommodate you. So we begin now with first with the examination by the prosecution's office. They are seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
We have met before, but I will introduce myself again. My name is Alexandra Nsinga, and I will be asking you questions this afternoon on behalf of the SBO. As I explained during our last meeting, rather than ask you questions about every relevant issue that you may have information about, it may be possible to admit your prior statement containing such information into evidence. There are a number of procedural steps to follow, and so in order to do that, first I'm going to establish your identity. Can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Dr. Helmut Schreckenbauer.
Your date and place of birth.
I was born on the 23rd of March, 1968 in Traunstein.
Doctor, what is your occupation?
I am a medical doctor specializing in internal medicine and gastroenterology.
What is your current rank and title?
Der militärische Rang ist
I am an Oberfeldarzt, a medical staff officer surgeon, and I'm the head of the gastroenterology division in a hospital.
What was your rank and title in June 1999?
In 1999, I was a staff surgeon and a troop medical officer, but I had not finished my specialized training yet, my specialized medical training.
The next questions concern the prior statement that you made. Do you recall being interviewed by the SPO in 2019?
Yeah. I do recall that.
Officer could please bring up 071408-TR Part 1 Revised 2 read in German, as well as the English translation 071408-TR-ET Part 1 Revised 2 read. Thank you. Doctor, on the screen in front of you is the first page of the first part of an interview. Do you recognize this as part of the transcript of your SPO interview from 2019?
Ja.
Yes.
Recall reading this statement in your language before our meeting earlier this week?
Das kann ich.
I can recall that, yes.
Recall that you had the opportunity to provide clarifications to this statement during that meeting we had.
Das ist richtig.
That is correct.
Recall that those clarifications were written down in a note and read back to you in your language by an interpreter.
Ja.
Yes.
That you made earlier this week, is the information in your statement accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, the way it was demonstrated to me on Monday.
All of the corrections and clarifications that you made earlier this week, does your statement accurately reflect what you would say if you were asked the same questions today about the events recorded in those statements?
Ja.
Yes.
Fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with decision F02720, we seek the admission of the prior statement of the witness, as well as preparation note 1 and the associated exhibits. The ERNs for the prior statement, as well as the associated exhibits, are found in F02720 footnote 24, and I have them ready to read if the court would prefer that.
It's not necessary at this time. Any objection? Ms. Tavakoli?
Nothing beyond our previous filing.
Simply to reiterate those set out in the filing.
Same for us, Your Honor.
No objections.
071408 TR. How many parts is it?
There's three parts, Your Honor.
In 3 parts. Revised to RED in German and English is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may seek for clarification, we have Albanian as well. Are we going to? Thank you. In that case, Part 1 will be assigned exhibit number P01994.1, Part 2 will be point 2, and Part 3 will be point 3 for all 3 languages, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
And then the prep note 1 and the associated exhibits are admitted.
Prep note 1, which is ERN 124730 to 124733, will be assigned exhibit number P01995, and it's classified as confidential. The associated exhibits, ERN 071394 to 071407, and its English translation, will be assigned exhibit number P01996, and is classified as confidential. The ERN SITF 00189402 to SITF 00189426 ET, and in particular pages SITF 00189408 to SITF 00189409 will be in English and German will be assigned exhibit number P01998 and it's classified as confidential. The ERN SITF 00189430 SITF 00189430 in English and German. However, where the German only page SITF 00189430 will be assigned exhibit number P0199 and it's classified as confidential. And the last associate exhibit, which is the SITF 00189-465 to SITF 00189-484, where only the page SITF 00189-482 in English and German will be assigned exhibit number P02000, and it's classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
You might want to double check. I didn't hear any document assigned 1997.
That's correct, Your Honor, and that's the second associated exhibit. I think you just missed that ERN. That ends in 189348.
And my apologies for that. I did definitely skip that one. So I will read it now. ERN SITF 00189-342 to SITF 00189-362. Page SITF 00189-348 in both English and German will be assigned exhibit number P01997, and it's classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for purposes of classification, the statement as well as the preparation note can be public. The associated exhibits need to remain confidential.
So noted and ordered.
Thank you. And Your Honors, on 21 January 2025, the SPO submitted a proposed summary of this witness's now admitted Rule 154 statement to the panel defense and victims. We have not received any objections, so with your leave, I will now read that summary.
You may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Schreckenbauer is a German Army medical doctor who deployed with KFOR to Kosovo from June to August 1999 and was stationed in the Prizren area. He was present on 18 June 1999 when KFOR raided the former MOOC building in Prizren, where he treated injured detainees and prepared a post-mortem report of the deceased detainee discovered in the building. Doctor, I would like you to please explain where you're presently employed.
I currently work at the German Federal Army's hospital in Ulm.
And how long have you been employed there?
I've been working at this hospital in Ulm since 1996, with a few breaks in between. I started there after I finished my studies.
Directly into my next question, Doctor, can you please explain your educational background?
Nach Abschluss des Abiturs 1900.
After my high school leaving exam in 1988, I entered the Federal Army for a specific amount of time. At the time, I received 15 months of military training, and in October 1989, I started studying medicine and finished my studies in 1996.
Small pause after the question's answered before you begin your next question.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. And I would note that the statements are still up on the screen. They can be taken down at this time. I apologize for not raising that earlier. Doctor, you just stated that you finished your studies in 1996. Is that when you first qualified as a medical doctor?
Yes, that is when I first qualified as a medical doctor. That's right.
Now, Doctor, in your SPO statement, you described some of your duties and responsibilities in Kosovo in June to August of 1999 as being primarily to provide medical care for the German Army forces. And for the record, this is in what is now P01194 point 1 at page 7 in both languages. Doctor, when you arrived in Kosovo, did you have other responsibilities other than caring just for the German army forces?
Zum Zeitpunkt
When I arrived in my country of deployment, my primary task was to look after the members of the German Federal Army troops.
And when you arrived, primary responsibility, you had other responsibilities.
bei der Ankunft hier
Not initially when I had just arrived, but in due course other tasks emerged.
And can you please
We were called in the case of accidents, for example, involving civilians or involving civilians and military vehicles. We were called in the case of illness or sickness among the civilian population, because at that point in time there was no structure, no hospital or medical structure on the ground shortly after we arrived in Kosovo. And later on, we were also called in to establish deaths.
How many people, other than yourself, had medical training or experience on this mission that you were aware of with the German armed forces?
in dem Einsatz
Regarding the group that I was part of during this deployment, there were two others who were responsible for looking after the troops. There was a chief staff surgeon and myself, and we had some paramedics and medical sergeants that had received some medical training. And in other areas, in other companies, there were actual medical doctors as well. So I was not the only medic on the ground.
And I understand responsibilities you had on the ground were to prepare certain documents, including post-mortem reports. Approximately how many post-mortem reports had you done before this mission to Kosovo?
Before I was sent to Kosovo, I had been working for almost 3 years as a medical doctor, and my estimate is that I had done approximately 20 of these post-mortem reports, post-mortem examination reports.
And approximately how many post-mortem reports have you done since that mission to Kosovo in your career?
I have been working as a medical doctor for 29 years now, if I remember correctly, if I've calculated it correctly, so I think it must have been up to 100 or even more.
Prepare other official documents such as death certificates while you were on mission in Kosovo?
Ich verstehe jetzt den Unterschied nicht.
I don't understand the difference between a post-mortem report and a death certificate. It's the same.
Practice outside of Kosovo, do those terms have different meanings?
Nein, das ist
No. In Germany, you have a death certificate. Well, it's the same as a death certificate, even though the form is a different one.
You say form, do you document that you are filling out?
richtig.
Yes. When we first had to issue such a statement in Kosovo, we didn't have a form. What we did was we used what we called a mediblock, a notepad, to write down the certificates, and then it was only after that that a specific form with a NATO symbol was developed. In Germany, we've got completely different forms. They are standardized.
In your prior statement, you described how when you arrived at the MOOC building in Prizren on 18 June of 1999, you provided medical aid to several injured people. Are you able to recall the mental state of those individuals that you treated?
Not in any detail. Not in any detail. They didn't have life-threatening injuries. They were awake. We could talk to them. Of course, they were a bit excited because they were injured. But I can't remember any specific certain mental state.
As you recall them.
Ja, also es waren.
Yes. Some of them had wounds that looked like they had been stabbed with knives or other thrusting weapons, for example, in their thighs, on their arms. They had lacerations on their heads and injuries that looked like they had received blows, i.e., they had bruises on their belly, for example, or their breast area.
Please bring up P01188.1. And while that is being brought up, I just wanted to clarify the record. I misstated the exhibit number for this statement, and just for the record to be clear, where I stated at line 14 of page, I believe, T107, I stated P01194.1. The correct exhibit number is P01994.1. And thank you, Court Officer. I was going to ask that we zoom in on the photo, as you already have done. Doctor, do you recognize anything in this photograph?
Ich sehe drei.
Well, I can see 3 of the injured people. I can see a soldier who gives medical treatment and measures the blood pressure of one person, and I can see my medical supplies bag on the side, which is open. But whether it is me standing there in a uniform in the background, I cannot say, I'm afraid.
And doctor, just for clarity of the record, you stated that you can see 3 of the injured people. What injured persons, or in what situation are you referring to?
Das war die.
Well, that was the first medical treatment that we carried out when we arrived at the scene and found these injured people outside the building.
And is the scene that you're referring to the MOOC building in Prizren that you responded to?
Das ist der Vorplatz von.
Yes, that's the place just in front of the MUP building.
And doctor, you described the individual who appears to be providing medical aid to one of the injured persons. Do you, at this time, are you able to recall what that person's name is?
Nein, an den.
No, unfortunately, I do not recall the name of this person.
Doctor, I'd now like to ask you some questions about the deceased found in the building. In order to do that, we will not publicly display any of the photos we discuss or use any names. And so at this time, if the court officer could please pull up P00858 and go to page 7 of that exhibit, which is SITF 00189-127. It's page 7. And this is not for public broadcast. Thank you. Doctor, the photo shown to you on the screen in front of you, is this how you recall finding the deceased in the building?
Ja.
Yes, I do.
And we are going to look at a few of these photos, but from the photo currently displayed, can you please describe some of the injuries briefly that you observe in this photo?
Auf diesem Foto.
Well, on this photo, you can see a bruise at the breast of the person because the person is still wearing their clothes.
And if the court officer could please go now to page 6 of this exhibit. Thank you. And doctor, in this photo, can you please describe the injuries that you observed on this individual?
Die Verstorbene.
Well, the deceased is in a prone position, or was put into a prone position, and the shirt was taken off. We can see post-mortem lividity in the lower area of the upper body, and on the upper part of the upper body, you can see wounds which look more or less like a blunt force trauma, so being hit with blunt objects.
And is there anything in particular that you notice about the bruising to the individual?
Es ist immer schwierig.
Well, it's always difficult to say what is exactly a bruise and what is post-mortem lividity, but it seems that the bruises are a little bit older, so they were probably inflicted on the person when the person was still alive.
And if we could call up now a different exhibit, which is now admitted as P01996. And if we could go to page P071395. It's page 2. Thank you. Doctor, this is another photo of the same area of the individual's body that you were just discussing. Are you able to say anything about the bruising that you see in this photo?
Well, the bruises are dark red on the upper part of the body, and further down in the lower part of the body, I would interpret them as post-mortem lividity, and otherwise the person is only wearing underwear, so no trousers anymore.
Doctor, you discuss in your SPO statement some of the objects that were found in this building, and you described them as torture instruments. And for the record, this is P01994.2 at page 53. Doctor, are you able to say whether any of the injuries that you observed on the deceased are consistent with objects that you recall seeing found in the building?
Das Bild der Gegenstände.
I can unfortunately not see the photo of the object. I don't know if you want me to tell you what I recall from this photo, but I cannot see it on screen just now.
I will ask the court officer to pull it up for you. Court officer, if you could please pull up P01179, and this is page U002-4994.
Yep.
Thank you. Doctor, is this the photo that you were referring to about the objects in the building?
Das ist das Foto, was mir gezeigt.
Yes, indeed, that is the photo that I was shown.
And doctor, are you able to say whether any of the objects in this photo are consistent with the injuries you observed on the deceased?
Your Honour, objection to that question. In our submission, that's outside the area of expertise of a gastroenterologist. Mechanism of injury is the purview of a pathologist only. This witness is not an expert in pathology. He's not entitled to give an opinion on mechanism of injury.
Objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Doctor, you can answer the question. Would you like me to repeat it?
Sie müssen die Frage nicht wiederholen.
No, you don't need to repeat the question. Well, it is possible that these wooden batons or wooden or maybe metal objects might be used in order to inflict these injuries. That is possible.
And is there anything about the bruising depicted on the deceased that led you to be able to say that that is a possibility?
Weil neben dem Blutergüssen.
Well, we also had these elongated injuries which might have been inflicted by these batons or hitting objects.
Could I, is the prosecutor calling this witness as a witness of fact or as an expert medical witness entitled to give an opinion? Please could the defence have some clarity?
The witness is testifying as a witness of fact based on his observations at the scene as he's describing in his testimony. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honour, apologies to interrupt, but in light of that observation, our last objection should therefore stand, as if this witness is not being called as an expert. He's not entitled to give an opinion.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, that was actually all the questions I have for you. Thank you, Your Honors.
Right, fine. Ms. Tavakoli?
No questions.
No, thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Baezu, I see you getting ready. You may go ahead when ready.
Good afternoon, witness. My name is Victor Bayesho. I represent Mr. Jakub Kresnici, and I have a few questions for you.
Guten Tag.
Good afternoon.
You arrived in Kosovo as part of the KFOR forces on or around 12th of June 1999. Is that correct?
An den Tag genau kann ich.
I do not recall the exact date, but roughly around that date, yes.
You are a military physician in the medical corps, correct?
Richtig.
Yes, that's correct.
You were in Kosovo till the 10th of August 1999, yes?
Das kommt auch in etwa hin, ja.
Yes, more or less, that's correct.
The prosecution that your primary responsibility was to provide medical care to the Bundeswehr member of KFOR, correct?
Das war unser primärer Auftrag.
Yes, that was our primary task.
And you were also handing out medicines to the local population, but not really providing medical treatment during your patrols, correct?
Medikamentenausgabe an.
While handing out medicine to the population, this was something that was possible, and that was in agreement with patrol leaders, so that's something that we did during our patrols.
In fact, usually a doctor would not go on these patrols, but because your own soldiers were well and healthy, you were able to go on those to join those patrols, correct?
Das ist richtig. Und
yes, that's correct. And there were also two of us. So one of the physicians was always able to take care of our own soldiers, and one could go on patrol, but otherwise it would not have been possible.
And you had no contact with the KLA, and you don't have any knowledge about the KLA soldiers or commanders, correct?
ich persönlich hatte.
Well, personally, I did not have any contact with KLA people or KLL affiliated people, no.
At medical university, you only had a basic general course in forensic medicine, correct?
Das ist richtig.
Yes, that's correct.
Before starting your mission in Kosovo in 1999, you underwent military preparation, but this was not focused on medical treatments. Is that correct?
Die Vorbereitung.
Well, the preparation for this deployment was a military preparation, but not a medical one.
And you began serving in the army before you finished your specialization in internal medicine, correct?
Das ist richtig.
Yes, that's correct, and that was also the normal way of doing it, because, well, because the medical studies took place within the framework of my military trainings. So that was the way it was usually done. Bless you.
You did not have any specialized training in forensics or criminal investigations, did you?
Das ist richtig.
Yes, that is correct. And this is also not the task of a physician, but it's rather the task of the police forces.
Would you agree that in order to give a reliable opinion on the methods and instruments of torture used, one would need specialized training in the forensic analysis of torture tools and the physical and psychological effects they cause?
Well, in order to be able to find out the exact cause of death, forensic autopsy would have been necessary, but this is something that was not possible in the country of deployment.
In university and after university, you didn't receive any specialized training in forensic analysis?
No specific training in this area, that's correct.
While you are an experienced medical doctor, isn't it true that the study and forensic analysis of torture and its effects require very specific forensic expertise, which often goes beyond the scope of the general medical training?
Das Medizinstudium
After the medical studies, or the medical studies consist of a basic training, and forensic medicine is then a specialized topic, which takes place after having finished the general medical studies.
Such a subject or such course after your university?
Richtig.
Yes, that's correct.
Considering that torture techniques can vary widely and may involve complex instruments, do you believe that your level of expertise allows you to confidently identify the exact methods and tools used in this case, in the case we are talking about?
Das kann ich natürlich.
Well, of course, I can't do that. It was just an assumption.
I'm moving now to a different topic. In your interview, you said that when you arrived at the former MUP building on 18th of June 1999, you did not recall seeing any KLA member outside or inside the building. Is that right?
Das ist richtig.
Yes, that is correct. I can't recall having seen any of them.
And when you entered the MUP building, there were no civilians inside. The 10-15 civilians you saw were gathered outside the building, correct?
Ich meine mich so.
Well, I seem to recall that, and we then let these people back into the MUP building so that we were able to give them medical treatment inside without the bystanders.
Thinking about the moment of arrival, when you arrived at the MEP building, they were not inside, they were already gathered outside, correct?
Ich erinnere mich.
Well, I remember at least that several of them were outside, but I cannot recall whether some of them had still been inside at that point of time.
You cannot recall or confirm if these civilians were inside the building, and if so, for how long they were inside the building before K4 arrived.
Ich kann mich nur erinnern.
I can only recall that there were several people outside the building, but whether some people were still inside the building, I do not know.
If I may refresh your recollection by calling up exhibit P01994.2, page 47. Excuse me, point 2, 1994.2, page 10 first. Side by side with the German one, please, which is page 11, page 10 at the bottom. I don't, the German one needs to go to, if you can scroll further down. And I will read out to you the relevant excerpt. Exact number, roughly 10, 15. They were outside the building, but they did not have obvious life-threatening injuries. Do you see this in the German version? The German version, it should be page 10 at the bottom, from lines 22 towards the bottom, and first line on the next page, on page 11. And then if we can, in the same exhibit, scroll to page 47. Page 47 would be in the English version, and in the German version is page 51. Lines 1 to 5 in the German version. And I will read it out. Investigator. Question: when you entered the building, what did you see? Were there people there? Was it empty? Mr. Schackenbauer: the building was empty when I entered it. Is this your evidence?
Das ist richtig.
Yes, that is correct. Well, first of all, the building was empty, but when we led the injured back to the building, there was sort of a separate room where we treated the injured, and I do not recall whether when we arrived all the injured were already outside the building or maybe the military police let them outside the building. I do not know that. And in order to treat them, we let them back into the building. And when I entered the building together with the military police, because I got the information that there would be a deceased person on the first floor of the building, at that time I cannot recall that there were any other people inside the building.
And these injured people, these injured persons, they were able to walk independently. That is correct.
Das ist richtig.
Yes, that's correct.
When you later entered the building, you say you looked inside, but you did not enter a room where you say the torture instruments were, correct?
Das ist richtig.
Yes, that is correct. So that was on the same floor where the deceased person was. I don't recall whether it was the room next to that one or maybe 2 or 3 rooms further along, but it was close to the room where the deceased person was found.
And you did not search in detail that room.
Ist richtig, weil das.
That is correct. That was not my task. That was the task of the military police to do that.
And you did not physically examine what you described to be torture instruments, correct?
Das ist richtig.
Yes, that's correct.
You had the opportunity to physically examine those instruments should you have chosen to do so, yes? Just yes or no?
Möglich. Vermutlich ja.
I assume yes.
Them, you would have been able to determine the size of those instruments. Would that be correct?
Wenn ich sie geprüft hätte.
If I had looked at them, it would have been possible to see the size of these instruments, yes.
And you would have been able to ascertain if there were traces of blood or other evidence on each of those instruments, yes?
Das ist richtig.
Yes, that is correct, but that is also not the task of a physician. That's the task of the military police.
And when there are traces of blood on weapons used to inflict injury, especially of the kind that you saw in the photographs the prosecution showed you, you will agree with me that DNA and fingerprint analysis could have easily been carried out on those instruments. Yes?
Ja, aber die
Yes, but in 1999, I think the technical requirements weren't met yet for DNA analysis.
In any event, you have not mentioned being aware of any DNA analysis performed on those instruments in your interview. So it's fair to say that you don't know if a DNA analysis was done on those instruments.
Richtig.
That's correct.
Part 2, Exhibit P01994.2, page 25, lines 18 to 24 of your interview, you have told the prosecution, "What I could not say is whether these blows were or were not caused by objects. I could not say that, and also not which objects were used." And a couple of lines down, you added, "I could not determine whether objects were used for this or not." That is still your evidence, yes?
Ich kann es nicht sicher.
I cannot be entirely certain. As I said at the beginning, it is an assumption that I made, and the instruments of torture that were shown to me could possibly have caused this kind of injury.
But that is indeed your assumption.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I'll move on. On Monday, this Monday, during the preparation session, the prosecution showed to you photographs with instruments found in the building. Do you recall that?
Die Fotos wurden wir.
I was shown these pictures, yes.
Not physically examine the instruments, and as you said in your interview, the room in which they were found was dark. You could not conclude that those instruments were in fact used to mistreat the individuals you saw outside, correct?
Das ist richtig.
That is correct.
In your interview, that you could not even recall if you have seen the instruments in the former MEP building or in another building. Do you recall saying that? The reference for this is P1994.2, page 54 and 55.
Also nicht, ob es im.
Well, it's not about it possibly being in a different building. The picture that was shown to me, I cannot recall seeing exactly these objects in this dark room that were shown to me in the picture.
And to assess if marks are consistent with the instruments, it would need both forensic and physical examination of the injuries, of both the injuries and the instruments. Yes?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Witness, would you agree that it's not always feasible to identify a specific instrument used in torture based purely on the appearance of the injury?
Ich denke, dass das so ist.
I think that this would be correct, but I am not a pathologist, a forensic scientist.
Thank you. I'm moving to a different topic now. During the interview, the prosecution showed you a number of death certificates that you had prepared at the time. Do you recall that?
Ja.
Yes.
Take a look at one of these reports in more detail. If I could please have on screen SITF 00189342 to SITF 00189362. Both versions, the English and the German original, have the same year and number. So if we could have them please side by side. Now, you were present at the scene of the crime where you undertook the medical examination of the person involved in this report. Is that right?
Das ist ein.
This is a military police report. On the basis of this report, I cannot determine whether I was actually there. This recalls a situation that I can remember, but whether it's actually that same situation, I'm not sure.
Scroll to page 7 in both English and German version. Do you see your name, witness? Yes.
Yeah.
So it's part of this.
Yes.
Well, ask then my question again. You were present at the crime scene when you undertook the medical examination, correct?
Das ist richtig.
That is correct.
Scroll back to page 3 of the PDF of this document in both English and German version. Thank you. Under paragraph 3.1, witness statements, it says that the witnesses, who were the victim's neighbors, reported hearing a gunshot, but they could not provide any other information. Do you see that?
Das lese ich in
Yes, I can read that in this military police report.
Can please scroll to the next page, page 4, in both versions. At paragraph 4.3, entitled Number of Perpetrators, the perpetrators are listed as unknown. Do you see that?
Ja.
Yes.
Clear from this report that the perpetrators were not identified. Would you agree?
Objection. I'm not sure the relevance of this line of questioning for this witness.
This is way beyond the scope of the direct examination, Mr. Baezu. If it has something to do with your case, you need to state your case to him and then ask him the question.
The case is that based on this report, it was not possible to conclude if indeed the perpetrators were Albanian or not.
But the relevance, what is the relevance, sir?
The relevance is that these reports are being tendered and the perpetrators in these reports are unidentified. But
how does that relate to the direct examination?
He was present at the scene when this examination was, when he undertook this examination, and there was no information provided to him as to the perpetrators, whereas the report that is...
All right, go ahead. We'll let you ask the question.
Briefly, Your Honor, just so the record is clear, the only page of this report that has been tendered with this witness is his postmortem report, which is the SITF 0018348 and 9, which is not the page on the screen and not what the defense counsel is questioning this witness about.
Do we have the wrong document up?
No, it's not the wrong document. The full document is the document, only page 6 of this document an hour ago became exhibit 1997, whereas the full document with the full range is in the presentation queue of the prosecution. And I asked, those were my questions. The answer, can I get before, can I go back to the answer that was not given by the witness?
Yes, go ahead.
Whether this witness, based on what we've seen on these 2 pages of this document and confining ourselves to this report, you would agree with me that it was not possible to conclude if indeed the perpetrators were Albanian or not.
It would not have been my task as a medical doctor anyway to find the perpetrators. My task was to establish that somebody had died and, as far as possible, to provide some information about the cause of death. I am not a police officer looking for perpetrators or finding them.
And when you were at the scene conducting your examination, no information was provided to you that the perpetrators were Albanian, correct?
Objection, asked and answered, and relevance.
Answer the question.
Nein, ich habe...
No, I did not receive any information.
Those were my questions. Thank you, Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bayesu. Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Judge Barta.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, Dr. Schreckenbauer.
Danke Ihnen, Euer Ehren.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Es war mir eine Ehre.
It was my honor, and I felt it was also my duty.
This afternoon, I have only a few brief questions for you on behalf of the bench about the events at the former MUP building or MUP station in Prizren on the 18th of June 1999. Dr. Schreckenbauer, on the day the building was raided, did you personally see Serbian troops in or in the vicinity of the building?
Es sind wir...
I did not notice any Serbian troops on that day. The only Serbian troops that I noticed were on the day we came to prison, because back then there were still Serbian forces there. After that, I didn't notice them again.
Can you state for the record what day it was? What was the date of your entry to Kosovo?
I don't recall the exact date, but it was between the 12th and the 14th of June.
Any Serbian forces elsewhere in the city of Prizren on the day of the raid of the MUP building or on the day before the raid on the 17th of June 1999?
Nein.
No, I didn't see them around that time.
When the Serbian troops had left Prizren?
Die letzten Streit...
The last Serbian forces were still there, but were in the course of leaving on the day that we arrived.
Schreckenbauer, did you notice anything special on the MUP building that indicated who was in the building or who used the building at the time, on the 18th of June, the afternoon?
Nein.
No.
1179 up on the screen for us briefly, please. Thank you. Dr. Schreckenbauer, do you recognize this building in the photo?
Das ist das MUP-Gebäude.
It's the MUP building.
This photo was taken during the raid on the building on the 18th of June 1999?
Das kann ich nicht...
I cannot tell.
That building during your time in Kosovo?
No, I don't know about any other similar circumstances relating to this building.
Something in the first, or in this photo above the entrance area that looks like a red flag?
Das sieht aus wie ein...
It looks like a red flag, but I can't see what's on it.
Da kann ich mich nicht dran...
I don't recall.
Thank you.
Anything? Judge Gainer? Any additional questions brought up by the judge's questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Tavakoli?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Any additional questions, Mr.
No
Mayesu?
questions, thank you.
Dr. Schreckenbauer, you are finished now. Thank you for being with us for this short time. Your information was important to us. We wish you well in the future, and you may leave the courtroom now.
Thank you very much, Your Honors.
Oh, I'm sorry. Unless there's something more to come before the panel, we'll see you Monday morning at 9 a.m. We're adjourned until then.
All rise.